Please wake up. 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 Wake up.
What's up, Solomon? What's up, Mustang? Oh man, it's always weird coming back after like a month hiatus.
Wake up.
I just gotta get used to it. Damn, it's been a moment, hasn't it? Again. Yeah, I realized recently what happened. I didn't stream for a month or so. Streamed one day last month, then didn't stream for another whole month. Yes.
Please hold.
That did happen.
Please hold. Hold.
Hopefully not again this time. Hopefully, yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, I have about. So I double checked my calendar, so I am taking school again, summer. So I have about a month off before summer class starts. So I'm gonna try to stream as much as I can. I'm not gonna have a schedule, but I'm gonna try to stream as much as I can. More than my usual schedule, which is like two times a week. It's gonna be more than that, so expect more. Try to stream a little bit earlier too, but shower, food. I took a... Expect me. That's the... While since I've seen you too. Off, that on, that on. Add a topic. That one. Have that now. Oh. 5 seconds. Add more things.
Solomon just resubscribed for 30 months, always supporting the fucking lad.
I gotta take off that sub alert. That sub alert was entertaining for at most like a month, and I was like, man, I don't want to hear it anymore. I need to take that specific sub alert off, but I don't remember how. I don't remember how to get there. Hold on. It should be in overlay? No, let's go to full cam. Alert box. Setting. Sub alert. Variation setting. There we go.
So and so just resubscribed for
sorry.
1,000. Do not fear a man that spams
Oh my
1,000.
God, shut up.
Instead fear a man that spams a meter
Sorry.
1,000 times.
I was disabling that. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I took that off on full cam. Hold on. So on starting soon, probably good idea. Take that off there too. So that subs variation settings. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Yeah, save. Save. Oh. Yeah, we'll turn it off here too. Settings. Sub. Variation. Man, as much as I love Stream Element sometimes, doing everything over a web browser is kind of terrible. It's not so good. Mamma mia, did I change everything? Elgato overlay right side camera. What does that mean? Oh, okay. That's when my webcam's over here rather than over here. Okay, yeah. Alert box. I think this shares the same alert box, so I don't need to change anything. Nope, I still gotta turn it off. Oh my god. Okay, save. Dolphin Pokemon. I'll just turn it off just in case. Variations. Off. Save. I think we're good. I think we're good. How's everyone's like past month been? And Mother's Day. How's everyone's Mother's Day? Huh? How's everyone's Mother's Day? Mine was okay. Mine was alright. I got my mother a gift. Cake. We didn't go out and eat this time. She wanted to eat out at different time. It was less hectic. Yeah. I got, yes, I finished my finals. I got my mother a... I got her. Hey, yes, that. Yeah, that's what I got her. A Theragun. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. This is like really, really nice. A Theragun is really, really nice. Like, holy moly! Like we already have like a massage gun, but it's not as good as this. It is nowhere as good as a Theragun. Theraguns are insanely good. It's crazy how good they are. It's like mind-boggling. It was this, or I think a Hyper Volt. I think that's what they're called. Hyper Volt massage gun, something like that. Yeah. It was either that or this, but I think the deciding factor between these two when I picked it out was the handle. You know, I think for older people, a Omni grip, or so they say, a ergonomic multi grip. Sorry, I think might be better than that. But I mean, I'm sure this is pretty cool. It's a bit sussy. Pretty good. Very good. It'd probably help if I... Actually, no. It's not even turned on yet. But that's what I got. What about you guys? What did you guys do for Mother's Day? What would you guys get your mothers? Ow. Oh, this muscle right here has been hurting for the past while. Ow. More or less a family gathering. That's fine too. That's fine too. You know, I've heard some people have to I've heard some people have to spend their Mother's Days alone. And that's really sad. Be it their choice or not, some people do. And it's very sad. But you know, as much as I know some people hate like, oh, family gatherings, man, just wait till a little bit later, man. You're like, damn. No friends, no maidens, no family, in a dark room alone, on Twitch, loser. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's yeah, and you know, enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it. I know when you're younger, like you're like, oh, I don't care, man, fuck fam, blah blah blah. I get it. Like I totally get it. You don't want to waste your time with family gatherings, etc. But you like hit a eureka. You like a little exclamatory mark. You're like, oh wow, damn. It's I missed out. It'll hit eventually. It always hits eventually, man. It'll hit. You're like, damn. No friends, no maidens, no family, no money. Ooh. No, then just all kind of comes crumbling down. Damn. Damn. It's alright. It'll all come full circle. Hey, what's up, Dance? What's up, buddy? Tweet ain't still like that. Well, I guess it takes longer for some. It takes longer for some people. Ugh. I don't know. What did I usually do, guys? Well, actually, no. I was thinking. I was like, man. When I was planning on like, oh, when I stream again, I need to really finish the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Only shiny run. I was like, I still gotta finish that. I was like, damn, I don't want to do that. I'm like, I still gotta finish the Showdown challenge. I'm like, damn, I don't want to do that. I'm like, I still gotta play Elder. I'm like, damn, I don't know if I want to do that right now. I don't know, man. I don't know what. I gotta pick something and go with it. You know, I just gotta pick something. And what else do I have? I don't know. I still gotta finish Wind Waker. That's another thing. Yeah, I still gotta finish that. I'll show this off right here. I got this a couple days ago. It just came in the mail. This is based off the last movie. 3.0 plus 1.0. Got that. Surprise. Other than that, I don't think I've gotten anything new. I don't really buy video games as much anymore. Or yeah. Be that guy, what is that? That is an Evangelion. It's a figure from an anime. That's not Gundam. Oh snap. Hold on, sorry. I actually didn't watch this yet. I forgot about this.
And that's kind of the thing, is like sometimes
You didn't
need
win.
people to like, people are like that. To get motivated, someone needs to like underestimate you. You need to prove someone wrong.
Oh, good little shine there. Yeah, so I think
too much pressure on yourself can sometimes lead to like a lot of nerves and stuff. And especially you got to think now, like Moki, you're going last stock against like.
There you go.
I'm
dude,
wrong.
You know what they say?
I
you
do
live and you
remember the
learn.
tweets
Chat.
these players
If anyone's in
made
chat, I need
after
to
the
chat.
event,
Chat
but
is gonna be
I didn't see this
memeing us.
event
I
at
love
all.
that shit.
No, dude. Obviously went to Moki.
So Kanagar with, just to emphasize again, Kanagar's the orange fox with the rent tag.
Yes.
Make it easy.
Okay. Oh,
And
yeah,
it's
Moki
gonna be a
is
quattro?
shredding right now.
Yeah.
Oh, the
he went for
drill?
drill and he went back. So that's why I can't. I would
The
see
links on the
Kanagar
paper?
picking FOD
God,
to
I
trick
feel
up
like
Moki.
Moki's
Let's
just
not
gone
forget
too-
who I am here.
Talk
Let's
about
not
these.
forget the pecking order, okay?
Oh, and here's the punish again.
Oh yeah. Oh, and he goes for back
He gets on
protected.
stage.
Oh,
The
single
up tilt.
arm.
Oh!
Ooh, you didn't notice. To be fair, it was hard to notice that because before I switched the camera angles, it was like heavily cut off.
Great grab. That
so
dash
good.
jabs. Not much I can say.
Ooh.
No jump for flex here,
I
right?
think he's got grab ledge. Oh.
You guys want to see a really good cheat clip? A Fox cheat clip that I made this guy rage quit? Hold on. Oh man, I was thinking about it a couple days and I looked it up if I could find it and I found it and I was like, damn, I gotta show it. It was too good not to show. It happened quite a long time ago. It's just one night I thought about it. I was like, oh yeah, I had something similar, and then I looked it up. Why can't I move? I want that move. Here it is. Just grab my controller so it just starts vibrating off my other computer. This is not a very long clip, and I'll show you why. Here's some contexts, okay? I broke this man's ankles, okay? If this was a basketball game, I literally grabbed both of his ankles and I just fucking just gone, shredded. Well, I'm the Red Fox, okay? I'm the Red Fox. As you can see, my name's right there. Just wait, it's about to come soon. It's about to come soon, don't worry. Get a new controller, man. That pisses me off. I never get that weird, I forgot what it's called. That stuttering at the end of a dash if you miss it. Ooh. Here we go, ankle break, here it comes. Ooh. Oh, and this is right where he disconnects. He disconnects there. Let me let me slow it down for you guys, okay? The ankle breaking. I'm gonna break it down. It was really fast. If you don't know what was going on, you're like, what was that, David? You just kind of just ran at him. No, you gotta see it in slow-mo to understand what just happened. Here we go. This starts off, back air, dash attack, double jab, down tilt, back air. Here we go. Hold on, wait. Well, that was a little too fast. Wait. Here we go. All right. He fell off on all the way to the right side. I back aired him. He went all the way to the right. He's in the magnifying glass. I'm looking at him in the magnifying glass, okay? Okay, I'm going. Bam, bam. I'm like, uh-oh. He's probably gonna roll to the right. Look at that. Dash, wave dash. Look at him roll. I'm still predicting. I'm like, no, he's gonna roll again. I keep going, and then I grab him. The only like disappointing thing is that this didn't kill him. That's the only thing, it didn't kill him, and that pissed me off. Sorry, I don't know why I was making that window sound, but yeah. I gotcha, I love it. I wish I was more into it, but sometimes I don't get into anime because yeah. No worries, man. I've been kind of not watching anime a lot either. It's just an old anime. That's another clip I want to see. This was a funny clip. As in, so as you can see, I'm a big Roy fan, okay? And I like playing Roy. And in my opinion, one of Roy's hardest matchups in the top tiers is a Marth. I think Falcon's the hardest for Roy, then Marth, then Sheik, then Fox, then Falco Fox. I feel like those are the in all the top tier. I feel like it's the hardest. Now after that, all low tiers are like S tier against Roy. I just don't know what to do, and I think that's mostly due to my game knowledge against low tiers. I don't know the game knowledge, the matchup knowledge with the Roy and the low tier, and I just lose. especially like Luigi and Ganon are really, really difficult for me because they literally can just outspace me and outmaneuver me in every way and just hit me out of everything because my move has no knockback. Very little knockback and stun. So it's very miserable. Where was this? This was a relatively, no, it was a long match. Where was this? It was a Marth Roy matchup. Oh boy, okay. Might have been around. Is it this one? It might have been this one. And in the same game, I'm gonna show you something infuriating. The sad truth us Roy players have to deal with, that Marth is just a better character everywhere. It makes me really sad. Like, you need to have amazing movement with Roy. And like that just makes me mad, okay? That just makes me angry. Look, I read him. I read him, man. What? I hate this game, dude. I hate that too. But it's not the part of, but that's not the part I'm talking about. Hold on. Man. I wish Roy was a better character. I really wish. This is why I like PM so much, because because Roy's amazing in PM. I love Roy in PM. Oh my god, he's like a Roy PM is like a wet dream. Like good god, he's so fun to play PM. Yeah, my control. You know what's really weird? I've noticed the past like week since I came back to Slippy Melee is that I can't PC drop anymore, and it's really weird. And what PC drop is, you basically when you're going to the ledge with your momentum, you turn your character around, so you kind of like slide off and grab the ledge. It's you can look it up, but I can't do it anymore. My controller just won't. It's not functioning correctly, and I can't PC drop anymore. Isn't Roy good in Ultimate too? Yeah, he is. I don't like playing Roy in Ultimate. A lot of the sword characters, I'm like in Ultimate, I kind of like eh. Sephiroth is my only exception. I hate it, man. I don't know how many games I've had where I read their role, F smash, but because the move takes so long to come out, they get to shield right away. And I'm like, man, this sucks. But this is basically a masterclass of what a Roy player has to deal with against a Marth. Just outclassed in every way. Look at that. See, I tried a PC drop right there, but my thing didn't work, so that's why I just wave dashed into the ledge for some reason. I love Mark. It should be coming soon. The part I'm talking about, I think. Here it is. Oh, right on time. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm okay. On paper, I'm supposed to lose that on this interaction because I double checked after this happened. I was like, what the fuck? So I went to Google.com SSBM frame data, and I was like, why did I lose? It was supposed to clank at least, but no. I think Marth's forward smash is a 10 frame. It takes like 10 frames to come out. And Roy was 12. There was like a 2-frame difference, and that's why I lost this interaction that I'm about to show you. That pissed me off. That pissed me off. Does that not make you mad? Look what just happened. I mean, sure, I was amazing how I ASD down that and shield immediately. I should have won. Should I have not won this interaction right here? I should have won this interaction right here. Look at that. How, man? This is so stupid. What? I should have won the interaction. ASC down. Immediately shielded after I saw what happened. I was like, nah. Get that shit out of here. Okay, then I was like, uh-oh, he got behind me. Jumped back. Down air. If this was Marth, it would have hit. I'm just saying, man. I know I've been complaining a lot about Marth, this March Roy thing, but if this was Marth, that would have hit. That spacing was that was immaculate on everyone's part. But if there was Marth, I would have hit that. But here's one of the part that I wanted to bring up. Okay, he turns around. I look at him. Wait, you see the little shine? We're both F smashing right here. We're both smash attacking. But because he has a 2-frame advantage against me, I lose the trade. Sucks to suck, man. Sucks to suck. Luckily, I was holding down for some reason. I don't know why. And I managed to get all the momentum away, sort of. But let me just skip to the last part. The last part's the funny part. So it goes down to like the last wire, okay? On paper, this should be a losing matchup by a lot, but in every aspect, okay? I shouldn't be winning this. Like, it's so free for Marth. Here it is. Ooh, ooh, ooh! Can you guys what happened? Can you guys what happened? He missed something. He missed it. He missed something very crucial. Yikes. He should have won this. Let me show it to you guys again, okay? I don't know why. Why does it make the sound? I don't understand why it does it sometimes. Look at that. He tried to whiff grab. Okay, hold on. Let me do that again. It's not making the sound anymore. Back a little bit more. Here we go. He missed the F smash. Down tilt. He tried to shield grab me. Punish. Land on the platform perfectly. I saw that. And I was like, is he gonna tech it? I was waiting. You see the patience? You see the patience? You see it? I see it. I'm like, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna tech it? Nope. He missed it. Idiot. I fucking said I Thundercats him. And look at the suction on that baby. Damn. He died. I don't know if he could have lived that, to be fair. I don't know. It looks like he didn't DI it at all, but I don't know if he could have lived it if he DI'd it, but He didn't tech it like a chump. I chump checked him. I just thought that was I just thought that game was kind of funny how it went.
I'm wrong. That was sick. Moki's just cracked. Yeah, it's just neutral right now. Moki is kind of not, you know, like
What is this?
just baiting a lot.
Dude, the
Oh,
way
was it
he
Slippy?
edgeguards Sheik is actually so brutal.
You're just gonna take 50 damage.
You have to do that twice.
No.
You have to do that twice to work. Yeah, it's
a huge amount of
it's
percent.
rough, man.
Moki with the great neutral
Like,
here, but it needs to be wave shine.
I get
or
so
target.
dude. I
but,
get
yeah,
so
walking away
salty.
with
Like,
plastic
I know
cup,
it's like a
you know
low.
what this
When
is?
you play low tiers, it's like, oh come on, man, don't complain about playing a low tier. You chose to play the low tier, but man, it's so frustrating when like you're fighting like a really good character like a Marth, and they have like they like grab you at 0, up throw you, up air, up air, up air, and like, what do? I can't get out, and they get like a free like 30 to 50%. I'm like, wow, you work so hard. And I'm like, when that's a Roy, I have to grab him, down throw, tech chase him for like maybe 20 if I get like 1 or 2 more grabs, and maybe a read, maybe. It's a world of a difference.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So Moki in losers.
But I love Roy.
After losing to,
I wouldn't.
believe,
I wouldn't play
why
any
are
other
they
sword
cheering?
character.
Isn't
Yeah.
And my Marth isn't that good. My Marth is like, my Marth is mediocre at best in my opinion. Like compared to my Roy, I think I have way more confidence in my Roy than my Marth. My Marth like sometimes plays really good, and but most time it plays like absolute trash, like terrible. And then my Falcon is terrible. I'm not good with Calvin Falcon. I just can't get the nair right. I can't do that right. I'm alright with Sheik. Faces I'm okay with, but it's just Falcon is probably my worst top tier.
New York loves to root for. Actually, no. It's not New York cheering.
Oh, okay. Wait, who is
It's
it?
Kudos Boys.
Oh, Crew got boys here
Yeah.
in New York, and
Yeah.
Facial's out.
I think Ginger wins
Facial's
this.
out.
SoCal out.
We're not
Excuse
even
me?
I think Ginger won function too. If I remember the tweet, Ginger won. Slug, yeah, versus Ginger. And Moki got second.
Okay, Moki gets an opening. Oh, Moki. Oh,
Sick.
what? Who does what? There.
Moki's sick.
What? Oh, that was a classic nice back there. That was a good, well placed nice back there. What?
That reminds me, watching Falco, probably the biggest. I feel like the most scumbaggest thing you can do in Melee, in my opinion, I've noticed, is that Falcos that laser approach, and they frame trap you with their laser and grab you. I'm like, what do I? I'm like, if I jump, they're just gonna like, I don't know. If I jump, I can't really get much, and like after a while they just start. Oh man, the laser approach grabs are just very frustrating. But you know, the only solution to that is just, you know,
I feel like Ginger, just because he's so
spot dodge
technical,
better
when
or
someone starts
just power
throwing
shield.
X on him, he's like,
Oh man, that's some next level.
They don't know if they should fight back.
That's some next level stuff, man.
Yeah, I have smash there every time. Yeah, no, it's got like shine back air, yeah.
I get that a lot of people might be confused why you can't ease switch from Roy to Marth, but Mari feels so different to me than Doc. Is there? There's not too much difference between them, right?
Oh, what an angle from Ginger to get around it. Oh, that's that.
And for me, why I have such a hard time with Marth and Roy is, I would probably say their weight difference and their jump squat. Probably my two most difficult to switch. Like I like the reason why I have so much problem with Captain Falcon and Marth is that they're like that mixture of fast faller with sort of floaty, kind of, and it's really hard to adjust to not a pure fast faller like the Spaceys and Roy is. So I just can't get used to
no.
that.
You know, Moki
All
gonna
that
have to
airtime
toss to it.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ginger. Oh, wait a minute. That might be it.
It might.
Shine up. Oh no, he's getting the damage.
I mean,
He
all
said
the
fucking
damage.
shine.
If
Yeah,
he,
nah,
even
yeah.
if he drops it, like now he makes it
Oh
hard.
yeah, that
That's
double
dead,
laser.
right?
Oh, yo.
I think he. I think Moki's. Stay hydrated. Stay fresh out there. Is it winner? Gonna do it,
Yeah.
Ginger. Tiny bit shook. He knows this is his last chance.
Damn.
That's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Ginger is your winner of the Function 2. Stays in winner the entire time and puts a stop to Moki's run. Stay hydrated. Stay fresh out there.
You think energy drink sponsors get mad when you talk about water?
Yeah, it's big water.
They're like, don't do that.
Don't do that. Drink my drink. Hey, what's up, Steppa? What's up? Ba-da-ba-bum. It's been a while. It's definitely been a while, yeah. Absolutely. I've been fantastic. I've been all right. I think I've been all right. Let's swap to that. That off. It must be in here. I just bought a game, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is a fantastic game. Hollow Knight is a fantastic game. And if you like Hollow Knight, another great game similar to Hollow Knight is Celeste. Celeste is another good, another great title. Another fantastic title. I need to practice my slingshot. Oh yeah, I'll do that right after this. I forgot. I was gonna do the Pokemon thing, but I forgot I had Smash on my Switch. So I was like, let's get a couple rounds before we switch to this. You know? Ooh. Predictions. Am I gonna win or am I gonna lose? Predictions. I can't crouch cancel that. Oh my god. Hey, wing, dude. Oh, that still hit me. Wow! He was able to shield that? Oh, come on, dude. Damn, that sucks, man. Oh, he's so fast. I'm so dead. Oh my god, it was barely off. No! Are you kidding me? Oh, we're good. No! I'm living, boys! I'm living, boys! I delayed it! I delayed it! No! Damn. What a rough matchup, man. He's so like fighting Pyra. I feel like it's like Wing Sephiroth in speed, and I just can't do it. Too fast. Too fast.
Solo battle. Sephiroth.
Mario's isn't all that, man. I think I need to warm up with Seth. That was a rough first match. Oh man. Bend over. Oh boy. What a name. I feel like I'm about to lose. The cracked out Pikachu. I already know it, man. Look at that, he's already cracked out. Look at him, he's cracked out, dude. Just gonna grab me non-stop. Is that what's happening? You're getting grab comboed? That didn't break his shield? Kidding me? Jesus Christ, that almost killed me. Oh, I didn't think that was gonna hit, man. What? My tilt didn't come out, dude. Come on, man. What are you doing? You grab hungry. I can't grab that. I can't grab that. What? Oh, I got my wing. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Wing Sephiroth for the win! No, I try to grab him, dude. Woo. No. No. That's supposed to be a new trick, or yeah. It was supposed to be that move. What? That lost? My Forto lost? I think am I dead? Am I dead? Almost. Yikes. Yikes. I mean, that's what you get for literally going to the platform and, you know, camping me out, dog. Play the game. Is this Wardle Cop? No, this is Smash. All right, one more game, then we'll do this. Go back. We'll go to this. We'll go to this thing right here. But we are gonna do this with media share. So while we're shiny hunting, we'll watch some stuff on media share, so we can so I don't die.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god, is this what's happening? I could do that game too, man. Damn, I can't believe I missed that. That's crazy. What? Thank you. Oh my god. Living, boys. I'm getting high-yard! I'm getting high-yard like crazy! I'm getting high-yard! I'll take the trade. What? What? Hello? Oh my god. I'm getting I don't know what's going on. I'm just getting high-yard. I don't know what's going on, man. Too much high-yas. Got him. Oh my god. So lucky. Terrible. What? Yo, this is stupid. Oh my god. I got 3 jumps. Oh my god. My new cleared. Come on. It's like so punishable. I don't know what happened. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. That was it. There's just one more match. Alright, we gotta go back. Alright. No! Everyone died. Sorry. Oh no. We're good. This is what we're doing. This. We're gonna do media share. But before that, Mamma mia, I gotta do the thing. What's media share? So what media share is basically you go to YouTube and you find a video you want it to play on stream, and then once you find the video on chat you just write exclamatory SR, doesn't have to be capital, the case doesn't matter, so you do exclamatory SR space, so 1 space bar, then the YouTube link, then the place where I designate the video, somewhere on screen, it'll pop up and it'll play. Like that. But it's not gonna work right now because I didn't turn it on. So you gotta give me one moment. I gotta turn it on. And yeah, I hope I can hear it. Because I'm gonna be doing it through my streaming PC. So hopefully the audio will come through there at least. Is what I am planning. I'm just trying to figure out which overlay this is in right now so I can put a media share. I don't remember where it was. I think this was, I think it might have been this one. This one. That's the capital widget. That's the name. I think it might be this one. I think it's this. So that means I'm gonna duplicate this to another overlay. So it'd be that overlay, submit. So I reload this and then we should have a media thing. But we're gonna move it. Hey, Osh, my boy. What's up, Osh? Welcome. How do I move this? It's not letting me move it. Or is this it? Oh, this is it. So this would go like, I don't know where I want it will go. I'd be like, I guess like right here shouldn't be too bad. Like right here. Me too, man. I'm glad to see you too, Osh. It's been a while, I know, Osh. Glad you're back. Are you still in your mini vacation? Or how's the job hunting been? Oh, this was not loyal. Yeah, request. Okay, let me see if this. Not showing up on stream. So, okay, so not that. Since March been going well. Hey, let's go. Added a job since March. Have I been gone that long? No, I haven't. Yeah, I have. Technically, no, I have technically, yeah, because I I didn't stream for a month. I came back on April 12th for 1 day, then I didn't stream for another month. So yeah, so it's yeah. I think it's been a while. I don't know, man. I lost track.
Your dog is dead. I'm joking, but it's true.
Is it duplicating for you too? It's probably because I have it open over there. Maybe I should have it open over here. Hold on. I got it. I think we figured out the problem. Summer fun stream.
Your dog is dead. I'm joking, but it's true.
Is the audio duplicating for you guys or no? Okay. Oh, it's probably, you know why that's happening? You know why that's happening? I remember I had this problem before. And I know why. I know why. It's so I don't know why it works like this. So if you have so like if you think of media this little program, this widget of media stream, okay? For some reason, if you I duplicated one media stream widget exact same to another overlay setting, but for some reason it's technically active, so that's why we hear double, because there's a media stream widget being played on this overlay, then there's one happening over here, so there's two widgets technically being played. That's why it's duplicating. So the only way we would solve this is if we turn that off over here, and let's try it again. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Is it TikTok related? No. Hold on.
Your dog is dead. I'm joking, but it is true.
Okay, I don't know if it's that video. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm not okay, it's still playing, that's why. It's still playing here, that's why. That's annoying. So, what's gonna happen is, so what I need to do actually is literally just make a whole new media request and put it in here. I think yeah, I think that, no, that wouldn't make any sense. Why do they all act in tandem? Why can't it act in separate? I can't disable this, or can I disable it? I don't want to remove it. Even if I do that, it still comes out. So, oh wait, no. Actually, I think I fixed it. I did the wrong one.
Your dog is dead. I'm joking, but it is true.
Where's it? Oh, that's where it's playing. Where the fuck is it playing at? Where is this playing? Bro, where? Where is this playing at? Hold on. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold up. I spy with nobody's little eye. I think it's working. Is it working? Oh! I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is. Don't worry, I got it all figured out. It all makes sense. Okay, it all makes sense. I promise. So, it's actually supposed to go. This is actually supposed to go to the the dolphin overlay. There we go. Now, I don't know why it's playing it twice. Oh. Because that's why. Dude, this is such a pain in the ass. Oh my god, where is it? Oh. Sorry everyone. I should have hammered this out. Just didn't think it'd be this yeah, this okay, we got it. We got it. It's fine now. We got it. We got it. We got it. That was annoying. I just got to make a whole new overlay for that, I think, and not combine it with the other overlay. I think that's the problem. I'm gonna move the video somewhere else. I don't know where, but it is covering the Turtwig. I guess we'll just have to turn this off for now. Like that. What's going on now? Oh. What the fuck's going on now, man? Properties. I think I got it working. I think we got it working. Something like that. Let me post something else. Hold on. How about how about how about something that's not gonna ring my ear. It's still duplicating. Why is it still duplicating? Why? I thought I fixed this. Oh my god, what a pain. Where's it coming from? Where is it coming from? You know what? You know what? I had it. I think our only solution, we just make a new overlay. Just for that. I think that just might be the only solution. Oh, wait. I don't. I'm just gonna delete that, okay? Where the fuck is it coming from, dude? Hold on, I just gotta. Okay. This is gonna drive me insane. Hold on, I'm gonna go to every single. I'm gonna go to every single one of them. Delete. Save. That doesn't have it. That doesn't have it. Delete. Save. Who still has it? This one still has it. Okay, we just deleted all of them except this one. Okay, it works. It works now. We're just gonna, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go with that, okay? Haha. Let me make sure. Let me make sure this works. Hey, can someone try it out for me, please? Exclamatory SR. With the YouTube link. Yeah, sorry for making you guys go through that. That was a bit not cool. So the question is, the game and video. Audio quality. Ugh. Ugh. That's a weird aftertaste. Ugh. Ugh. So I'm gonna make this one very low. Excuse me. Before we even start, I need to make actually there's a couple of things. Man, there's a lot of prep to this, isn't there? So we got to do that. Live split. And what time were we at last time? It was like 26 hours. Something like that. Mamma mia. We are in that. Not past footage. Video recording. So when was the last time we played this game? So that's January, February. I think it was like March. No, that we're playing Pokemon Arceus then. I still gotta play. Let's still Pokemon Arceus, so it's not in March. It must have been in February. Pokemon Arceus. Shoot, when was the last time I played Pokemon Brilliant Diamond? I legitimately don't remember. I could probably look at my Google Docs. Where is it? Stream stuff, video. I'm working at the moment. So based off of this, January? Apparently January is the last time I did it. Really? January 2017. January 27th is the last time I did it. I saw we did it again one time. Am I crazy? 16, 3, March, 1 and 9. I think it might actually, yeah. I think January might have been the last time I did Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and I still haven't beat the game. Freaking crikey, dog. So 27-23. That's when I stopped at. 27-23. Edit split. $27, $23. Setting. Let's start and that to be let's make that F1. Hopefully I remember that. Plus or minus, if I remember correctly. Got it, yep. Still working, baby. Still working. Alright, we good. We good. It's, yeah. And media stream works and everything. I think. While this is happening, let me post a quick video. So, I'll do so it's SR link. The volume might depend on the video itself. Unlucky. Cool. It works. We'll just adjust the volume accordingly. What time is it? Oh, TikTok. Sorry, I haven't been saying anything. What time is it? 3:39. How long have I streamed? Feels like an aeon. About an hour and a half. That's like 5 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, Death. On Discord, don't worry about what he says. He's very biased to helicopters because he's an airplane guy. That's his personality. That's one of his personality. Airplanes. It works. It works. We're good, Death. Everything works. I just gotta adjust the volume. No. Versus game with video, because it could differ. But you guys can still hear the game volume, right? It's just really, really low. Sounds fun. Very, very low. That low? Okay. I usually have a negative 10 decibels. It's a bit loud. So let's do like 15. Well, it's because I didn't want it to be like louder than the video itself, but it's not a problem for me in post edit because like I said in the past before, I've made my audio record in separate audio channels. So when I put it in my Adobe, I can take out the video sound, the media stream video sound out if I need to, or I can take the game sound off if it's too loud versus the video, and then I could adjust accordingly in post edit. So I'm just asking you for you guys. For me, it doesn't really matter. I can, with a little, post edit magic, everything works out, you know. But yeah, media stream's working, boys. You can post videos if you want to help ease the pain. Help me, please. Help me not suffer, please. If you had a video you wanted me to watch, you're like, or anything, hey, this is the time right now. This is it. You have my undivided attention. Very, very big emphasis on undivided attention. Because I promise you, I would rather look at that than this. It's your time, man. Any horoscope people, you trying to convince me into star stuff? This is your best chance, man. You ever play Persona? Social link? This is the moment when you're about to raise my social rank right here. You have my undivided attention. Got any funny videos? Any cool games? Hey, put him, link them in the chat, man. Anything. At this point, I might as well grab a dictionary and start reading that instead. How is my controller not died? Oh, I need to plug this in before I forget. Is it me or did? Okay, sorry. I thought the Poke float in the background died. I thought, but I thought wrong. So, where am I plugging this baby in? Right here? Oh yeah, if for anybody that doesn't know, on the Pokemon TV app for any like phone user or smart TV users, on the Pokemon TV app, they have the first 5 seasons of Pokemon. So if you want to go watch the first 5 seasons of Pokemon on your phone or your TV in the comfort of your own bed, easily, it's on the Pokemon TV app. You know, while we're talking about it, it's kind of weird. I was looking at it yesterday on the Pokemon TV. It took like 2 or 3 seasons to finish Johto, I think. Just based on the title, it's like Gold and Silver was like 2-3 seasons. What bothers me the most, I can't show you guys some jelly beans. The last time I had jelly beans were the Harry Potter, like not the Harry Potter one, but like the prank kind. My goodness, that was rough. That was those prank jelly beans. Good heavens. But I wish I was sponsored by Pokemon TV. That'd be awesome. Bro, imagine if I could have like Amazon watch streams with the Pokemon stuff. That'd be awesome, because as big of a fan I am in Pokemon, I think I'm still relatively a casual Pokemon fan. But I haven't seen a lot of Pokemon episodes. I've seen like very few episodes of each season. Like I've seen some of Ash's Kanto stuff. I've seen some of when Ash went to Sevi Island with the Lapras. Then I saw some of like Johto a little bit. And I saw a little bit of Hoenn, a little bit of it. I remember when I'm at Hoenn, and I remember Diamond and Pearl. And this is only because I had cable around the time it was airing, like Advanced Hoenn and Sinnoh, around that era. But after that, after we stopped having cable in the house, I haven't seen a Pokemon episode past Sinnoh. Yeah, past Sinnoh, I haven't seen a Pokemon episode. So this is like early mid 2000s is the last time I saw a Pokemon episode. And I could probably count. I could probably say I've maybe watched so in the whole span of all of Pokemon anime, I've maybe seen about 10 episodes or 15 episodes in total. Like at most. Wasn't Pokemon on basic TV back then? It was. Like the first 2-3 seasons, like the first 2 seasons, I'd say. Maybe I don't really know. Whenever I watch TV, I usually kind of just watched PBS, and then Jerry, and then all the insert the rest, Mari, Jerry, Steve, George, John, etc. Whatever. That's all I really watched until I got cable. Then once I got cable, all I watched was like Fairy Odd Parent, SpongeBob, Jimmy Neutron. Then I watched like Static Shock and like the Warner Brothers. Some of those stuff. But I didn't watch Pokemon too much. Surprisingly. I don't know. weirdly enough, I wasn't that big into Pokemon back then. I've only got into Pokemon. I got more into Pokemon near my high school time. Around 5th gen. Like 4th and 5th gen is when I really got into Pokemon, and that's because of Battle Revolution. I'm sure I've said the story. Battle Revolution, and then if you ever played Black and White, you could go to the Pokemon website, and then you could play their mini games for free items and Pokemon with special abilities. So that's when I like really got into the Pokemon world. But prior to that, I was like super casual. Good night, Seppa. Thanks for dropping by, man. But yeah, other than that, I was like the quintessential basic Pokemon fan. Super surface level. I was the quintessential basic Pokemon person. I just like I like Blaziken, I remember, and I like literally just double kicking and blaze kicking through the whole game of Emerald, and then I liked playing, yeah, I remember doing that a lot. I remember resetting my Emerald a few times and just going through the game just with Blaziken, because Blaziken was so good, and he could literally just, I could just overlevel Blaziken and he could literally carry me through the whole game. That was so stupid. It could just carry me. I was like, damn. Team Mudkip. Mudkip was cool, but like, dude, Blaziken was so strong, dude. I don't know why. Why was Blaziken so good in 3rd gen? I don't know why. It was just so good. I have a couple of goals for this summer, this monthish break I have. I want to finish this. I want to finish the Gen 5 Showdown. I want to finish Wind Waker. I want to finish Elden Ring. That's how far I got. And maybe some other stuff. That's what I'm hoping. I don't really know if it's gonna happen. I don't really know if that's gonna. I really don't. I hope. Team Torchic, let's go! I love Torchic. Wait, Osh, I thought you were Team Trico. Weren't you Team Trico before? Or are you just Team Skeptile? Torchic has a special place in my heart. Trico's good too. I love Trico. Oh, all the 3rd gen Pokemon were awesome, man. They were awesome. Like 1st gen, everybody was all right. 2nd gen, everybody but Cyndaquil. Everybody but Chikorita was cool. 3rd gen, everyone was cool. 4th gen, everybody but Piplup. But Empoleon was cool. 5th gen. I don't remember the 5th gen starters. I don't remember. What was the 5th gen starters? It was Tepig, Snivy, Oshawott. I remember. Sorry, that one's all good. I was about to say Litten, but I was like, is that 6th gen? First, like, then I was also about to say Grookey for some reason. I was like, wait a second, that's a couple generations off. Yeah, 6th gen. No, Litten was 7th gen, wasn't it? Oh my god, I don't know, man. Fennekin was 6th gen. Litten was 7th gen. God, I am all over the place. I told you, I'm just a casual Pokemon fan. I feel like people on the internet expect too much from me. They expect me to know everything. Hey, what's up, Bulgogi? What's up, man? Yeah, I'm still playing it. It's kind of weird how every time I see you, I'm playing this game. I think you just have the craziest luck, man. Last time I played this game was in January, so I took a long break from this game. A very long break. It's been about 4 months. But yeah, back to like everyone on the internet, because I post some Pokemon stuff. Okay, I had some really cool moments on Pokemon Showdown. I had some like funny moments on Pokemon. Everyone's like extra critical of what I do, whatever Pokemon stuff I post now. And like people get really, I posted some Squirtle stuff on TikTok, and people were genuinely, I mean really genuine. It was like a half, but the other half was like, yeah, I understand, we don't know everything, like it's fine. And the other half is like, you have dishonored your family by looking up all the Pokemon in that generation typing. Like I got people got really upset because there was some TikToks I posted where I literally went on Cerebi because I couldn't figure out what it was. And I'm like, oh, it's Jirachi, blah blah blah, or it's that Pokemon. Everyone's like, kind of weird that you're looking it up. Kind of ruins the whole game. I'm like, why does it matter how I played the game? People are so people get upset for you, and this false integrity that we have to live up to their false integrity. It's really weird how people are on the internet, man. It's like, I mean, I know, but like it's so very hard to like, man. It's like, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not. Like, other than, I've only made one comment on one of my videos, but it was like a snarky remark and I pinned it. Other than that, I haven't replied to any of those comments because it's just not a big deal. Like, let it go. It's just for content. I throw for content half the time, okay? It might look like I'm not, but I am. Because I'm trying to make content. Sometimes I genuinely do mess up. And there's sometimes I actually do facilitate a failure, so it could be a good TikTok video. Surprise! I shattered your dream. Santa's not real. Neither is the Tooth Fairy. Your mom probably doesn't love you. Surprise! You were an accident, just like the rest of us. That was a bit rough. Sorry, I didn't mean to say all of that, but it's the truth. Hey man, 99% of us are all mistakes. None of us were planned. Let's be honest here, okay? As the third child of my family, I probably wasn't planned, okay? Let's be honest here, okay? If you weren't the first child, so there's like a 50% chance you weren't planned. And as the lower you go in the totem pole, that probability probably increases by a lot. Yikes. I know, man. Hey, I'm 99% I wasn't planned. Shit. Sorry guys. I didn't mean to hit you guys with all that collateral with that. My bad, guys. It's just, I don't know, man. People on the internet, man, they just know how to push your buttons, man. They're winning. People on the internet are always winning, man. They're always winning. I don't know. I think that mom, I was like, your mom doesn't love you, was kind of out of pocket. A little bit. It was like right after Mother's Day. This kind of came out in my head. Probably because yesterday was Mother's Day. Your mom does. This is why mom doesn't love you. Bang. This is why mom doesn't love you. Thanks, Mustang. I don't know how I'm supposed to take that. I don't know if I should be offended or should be appreciated. Why not both? That's a well said, Death. Well said. Why not both? One of my favorite commercial when the little girl goes, "Why not both?" Can we? All right. Before we go any further, can we? Hold up. I need to know where you guys stand, okay? Give me a second. I gotta copy over copy. I gotta know. Hard or soft shell tacos? I gotta know. I must know. I will see. I will see where your allegiance lies with hard or soft taco shells. I think we're still in Pokemon and Diamond. Yeah, no, we're in Diamond. We're in Diamond and Pearl. Come on, guys. Don't be shy. I only need tortillas, man. Alright, well, okay, so then you're a soft shell person, okay? You're a softie. You're like the softie among us, not the hard Lenny face. I know where the allegiance lies, man. Actually, honestly, I don't even know. I don't even really know where I would go. Probably like hard or soft tacos. I think hard tacos are tastier, but they're harder to eat. And soft tacos are easier to eat, and they're not as good as hard tacos shells. That's my take. And another con about hard taco shells, if you don't eat it fast enough, it does get soggy because of all the meat juice. And then soft tacos are just kind of, yeah, I don't know. What's up, Cherry? Yes, we're back. We're back to it. And there is no like hard soft taco. You know, a taco on a pita bread doesn't sound so bad, because pita breads are soft, but they're firm enough. And pita breads are delicious. So a taco on a pita bread might be pretty good. So I do like that pita bread texture. But it could be a bit thick though. A bit thick. Bada bum bada bum bada bum bada bum. Bum bada bum. Bada bum bada bum. I want to try tacos, even though I don't think they're existing. You guys not have a Taco Bell around? Taco Bell, Del Taco. I don't remember. Just Del Taco, I think, or is it? I don't remember. I think we'll get it by the 1,000th try. I hope we get it under 1,000. That's my hope. I hope I get it under 1,000. But I'm sure Starbucks isn't here in Lithuania. What do you guys have in Lithuania? Is there any like global fast food brands over there? Or I guess in your area. You're not sure? Oh. You're not sure? Magno Darudo? Man, everywhere has a McDonald's. That's true. What a global brand, man. You know, that reminds me of like talking about McDonald's and fast food. It's just it's really sad how these companies like McDonald's and them exploit third world countries like pretty badly. Like they kind of like they weirdly like they set up like a propaganda and brainwash all the youth to like wanting only McDonald's, but only like fast food. It's really weird. And it's gotten to the point like I think there's like some videos of like all the kids knew who Ronald McDonald was, and they asked like some famous person in their country and they're like, I don't know. But then they're like, they see the clown Ronald and they're like, it's McDonald's. I'm like, man, that's not good. You remember Heesburger? We talking? Yeah, I still prefer that. What's Heesburger? Heesburger? What's Heesburger? Kind of like how KFC brainwashed. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, it's weird. It kind of became like a tradition, and then like everyone started doing it. Yeah. Off-brand of McDonald's. Oh. There's that, and like I think there was another video about like obesity, and it was I can't remember if it was Kuwait. It was a Middle Eastern country that was like it was like a really well-off place, and it was near the ocean. I remember distinctly like this one family ordered Domino's like 5 times. Like the driver's like, yeah, this is like my 4th visit to the family, and it was like 2-3 boxes of pizza every time. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of money and a lot of calories. Like, damn, that's a lot of money. But because it's just and I think the reason was because like it's convenient, you can get it delivered. Stuff like that. Because they're like, I think they're talking about how, oh, it's like because it was like really hot. So it's like it's really hot, humid, and they just didn't want to go out because of that town or country had like a lot of obesity and diabetics. I don't know. It was a well-off town. Like that whole city was, maybe that country was, or that city. I don't remember exactly, but and I think it was pretty cheap. They made it cheap too. They did emphasize in the video like it was cheap, cheap and convenient, and it was like marketed like to kids too. So it's like, as a parent, when your kid go, I want Domino's, and like the kid's crying, or like you're trying to like, you know, treat your kid as best as you can, and you're weak to your kid's plead, you know, stuff like that. The quickest unassuming way to a parent's wallet is through their kids. That's how you do it. That's how you take people's money the most effectively, to their kids. Be it their school tuition, be it their 20th video game console, be it their everything. I don't know. It's just quickest. I'm dying here. Just a reminder, boys, media stream is enabled. If you want to share videos, now is the time. There. Okay. Man, really just kind of want to play the game. Oh, I still have to play Arceus too. That list way earlier I talked about 5 things. This Showdown, Elden Ring, Maker. That. And I was like, I also wanted to play Pokemon, like Pokemon Stadium. I mean, no one's stopping you. No, no one is. I'm stopping myself. Why? Because we're already 28 hours in. No. We're already 28 hours in. I mean, we might as well finish it, right? And it'll make the video better too, right? It'll make the video much better. Oh my god, guys! Oh my god, guys! It took me 28 hours to find shiny Turtwig. No, you know how YouTubers do it with their hands on their head, freaking out with their mouth open. You know how it is. Oh my god, no way, guys! This mysterious box I spent $10,000 only contained a toothpick! No way! As you won't believe how I ripped off the Gucci store! Something like that. I call it, well, no, it's clickbaity content, but like, we're kind of doing that, but we're delivering it. So it's not clickbaity content. It's content. Let's change it up. Let's do Pimple. Please do not give me shiny Pimple up. Please do not give me shiny Pimple up. Please do not give me shiny Pimple up. Please, 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 please. Oh my god. Shiny Pim. Would have been a sad day. Let's throw another curveball. Let's do Chimchar this time. Oh boy, we got this. We got this. We got this. Okay? So everything's gonna be alright, okay? Everything's gonna be alright. We're gonna get a shiny. Right. Here. Watch this. Shiny. 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 Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum ba da bum. Ooh, excuse me, good heavens. Tomorrow we're definitely gonna be doing something else. We're not gonna be doing back to back to back to back to back shiny hunts. Or maybe we will, I don't know. No, we're gonna do something else. Tomorrow will be a different. What that is, I don't know. Where'd you find that? Damn, bro. Where'd you find that? Oh. So how was my day before the stream? Good. I think it was alright, you know. I've been playing the past like 2 months minus the one day I streamed. Well, I guess the past month. I don't really remember what happened the month before I stopped streaming again. But the past month or so, I've been playing some other games. I've been playing like Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. That and Stardew Valley. Both of them were my first time playing. Interesting. Yeah. It's been about a week since I last picked up Monster Hunter 4. But I need to pick up Monster Hunter Rise again soon. Because I think at the end of when's the Rise expansion? Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. I think it was end of this month? No, end of next month. So June 30th is when the expansion for Monster Hunter Rise comes out. So I need to start picking that game back up. I want to play the expansion. But yeah, Stardew Valley is pretty fun. The gameplay is very much Harvest Moon-esque with some newer modern touch. With music that reminds me of Earthbound. I feel like there's some Earthbound influence. Yeah. There's some annoying things that can be kind of forgoed by mods. But other than that, it's a relatively enjoyable game. I mean, it is like a Harvest Moon kind of game, but it's a very stressful game. And what I mean by that is there are some decisions you can make that if you don't do it fast enough, could potentially, like, you have to wait till the next season to do it. You know? It's kind of annoying. It's very annoying. Because there's a lot to take in that game. There's a lot to take in. The monster fighting isn't that bad. The only stressful part is, I guess, in the beginning, when the first time you play it, because you miss out. You could have saved yourself so much trouble by farming something ahead of time, or fishing something and keeping it, and then you're like, oh man, I have to wait all the way till spring to be able to do it again, etc., etc. Or and some stuff just takes a long time. I don't know, it's a lot more relaxing now that I'm in year 2, like the middle of year 2. But I remember the first year was pretty hectic. It was uber hectic because I was like, oh, there's that. I'm like, oh man, if only we saved that and didn't sell it right away because we were scourging for cash. But I mean, I guess it's more of a learning lesson. I don't know. It's stressful. I don't know why. That game. When I think of it, it's like cozy stressful for some reason. It has its time and place when it's cozy, but other time it's like, oh man, I'm about to faint outside for the 50th time. I would recommend the game though. Fun game. Have you played through everything in the game? I just finished. I just got the. Yes, yesterday. No, it was like. Maybe it was yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I got the greenhouse. So like. Hey, gold. Hey, what's up, man? When are we gonna get a foot stream? We come here, boy, for the body paint. You see your feet while stepping on various things, man. Hey, I gotta get a pedicure, man. I gotta get a pedicure for all that, man. Wow, this must right here has been hurt so much here. Oh my God. Good to see you, Gold. Pain. Pain. I hate when I get into this cycle of I want to play the game, but I gotta get shiny, but I want to play. Oh man, it's terrible. Terrible. Just gotta believe hard enough. What do you think of Legends Arceus? What did I think about Legends Arceus? I think the game was alright. I think it was alright. It wasn't bad. If I would recommend it to super fans of actually not super fans. I don't know. It was alright. It was definitely all right. It could definitely work. It could definitely use some more polishing. But it was an okay experience. You know? The question is, if I had the choice to. Now the question is, would I spend $60 again if I knew what I was getting into? Now that's the question. That's a maybe. If I was given the choice to rebuy the game knowing what I know now, it's a maybe. It's a maybe. Like, I feel like if I had to rebuy the game with me knowing what I'm getting myself into, I think the least I would pay for would be like $30. But if I had to pay another $60, I don't know. I don't know if I would say this is a $60 game. If it's worthy of another $60. No, I don't know. I really don't know. It's fun in its own right. I won't lie. For sure, it's fun in its own right. It's some moments of the game are really special. It really is. But then there's some moments in the game that are just dreadful to me. It felt too different for me. The game almost felt like a chore with the quest. I hate it. I did it. In the beginning, I was like, ooh, quest. I like quests. And I kind of started doing them. And I'm like, quests. Because you have to, like, remember every... I don't know. It did feel like a chore at the end. And I didn't really... I pushed it off all the way to the end. I beat the game. And the only thing I have left I really want to do in the game, other than, like, hunt for alphas, which are my favorite thing. I think alphas are my favorite thing in the game. Other than, yeah, I want to hunt. I want to get an alpha shiny. But other than that, the only thing I have left to do in the game I want to do is fight Volo. Volo's the only like milestone I have left for me. That's the only two things. I feel like I like the game more if this wasn't so hard restricted in one region. You know, if this was a little bit more like if you could bring in like your Pokemon from Pokemon Home. I feel like that might have been better. A lot better. I don't know. It's interesting. I like RPGs, but this was weird. Yeah, definitely mixed feelings about this game. For sure. But I think this might, honestly, I think it might be a good, like, first game for, like, kids. My opinions could be a little bit biased because I have played the other Pokemon games and other spin-off games. I did enjoy them a little bit more. Oh, that's what I also wanted to do. I was, like, listing off things earlier. I wanted to start speedrunning Pokemon trading card game. I think that'll be fun. But I still gotta beat it though. So we're gonna have a Pokemon trading card stream sooner or later. I still gotta beat it. Something like that. What do you mean again? I think I showed it to you guys once. Because when I got the GB operator, I remember showing you guys my save file. I remember that, but we didn't really play. But I still gotta beat that game. I thought I beat it a long time ago, but no, I only had like 2 badges. It happened. Yeah, it definitely did. It definitely had potential. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the question is, are they gonna make another game similar to it? Another Pokemon Arceus. I want to say this was a one-off. I want to say it's a one-off. it was definitely. You're never gonna see these Hisuian Pokemons out of this game. Why? Because Pokemon love having the regional Pokemon, but I don't think it's gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I'll call it. Great. Be awesome. With a Coliseum game with mini games, so like they don't have to go out of their way and make like a Pokemon party game. They could just do that, and they could, I don't know, they could do DLCs, I guess, add more trainers, I don't know, like that way, and then that game could double up as like, I don't know. Well, actually no. It could like double up as another Pokemon Home, but like smaller. So like, I think you have to pay for Pokemon Home. Am I crazy, or there's some sort of payment you have to do for Pokemon Home? I've never used it, so I don't know. Oh, okay, yeah, there is. $3, $5, and then yeah. So then like, the Pokemon Coliseum game could be like a Pokemon Home, but not as big as Pokemon Home for people to use. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. $30 Pokemon. It's crazy. Only 30? The free version only gets 30. $6,000 Pokemon. I'm tired. One day, we're gonna get it one day. One day, we're gonna get it one day. Or we're gonna get it one day. One. You know, let's change it up. Pimple up time. Is Pimple up gonna break our streak? Oh, thank God. Ahaha. Thank God that didn't happen. Crazy. That's crazy. Breathe in, breathe out. It's all a dream. When it's over, the nightmare's over, we will have a succulent, shiny turtwig. Sorry, a succulent octopus. How long have I been in this hunt for? So since November. So 6 months? This when the game came out? I think 6 months. A little less than 6 months. We'll just round it up. 6 months sounds better. Whoa, 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 whoa. I've played this game for 6 months and I just noticed this? One day, we go get it one day. One day. One day. One day. Come on, shiny. What I gotta do? A week is 168 hours. Well, damn. Damn, man. I need to get a joystick replacement for my Pro Controller. So loose. Like me just recalibrating it doesn't really work anymore. I got away with it for a little bit by just kind of constantly recalibrating it, but now it's just, I don't know, man. The dead zone's getting way too big. How much did they go for anyway? Bay. Pro. Nintendo Switch Pro controllers. Joystick. Joystick? can't handle. Does the Switch Pro and the Wii U use the same analog thumb? Huh? Interesting. I swear to God, this hunt literally puts me to depression. This hunt doesn't make me sad, it just makes me depressed. It really does. Thank you for being here, Death. Uh-oh, it's not working.
They advertised a 383,000% return per year. They call themselves SAFU, as in your money is safe, and if you ask how, F you. On their website, they say if you deposit $1,000, you could earn $3.8 million by the end of the year. That is, if everything goes according to plan. Anyways, normally I would kind of avoid talking about stuff like this because this kind of scheme is beneath most people's IQ. But that all changed for a couple of reasons. One, the project has a market cap of
Where can I play this game?
So there are a
You
lot
play
of
this game
Two,
on the
I talked to one of these
Switch.
investors who I first knew through SafeMoon, and now he works as an admin for SafeFood. And when talking to him, he said something that
I don't
concerned me
remember what
and
the
convinced
emulator
me
was
that
called.
I needed to investigate this. See if you could spot it.
Can I ask, are you
Well, I'm
planning
sure
on
you
making
can.
a video?
I'm sure you're a
Because,
smart fellow.
I would appreciate it if you would, like, let it play out.
What if letting it play out is everyone getting rugged? What do you think about that?
That would be pretty damn unfortunate, yeah, and I totally agree with that. But that's not the plan here.
Now this is the mother of all red flags. Let it play out. Sort of the rallying cry for Theranos.
That's true. If you're gonna play on an emulator, you must have the game. You must own the game.
So without further ado,
That's just to cover your ass.
To understand
and
SafeMoon,
legality.
you first must understand the founder. He's a man named Brian Legend, which sort of
When are you
sounds
gonna
like the
play
name of
this
a bad
game?
WrestleMania villain, but is actually Brian's second last name. He changed it.
Wait, when am I
after
gonna
being
play what
accused of
game?
Multiple scams. The most notable ones: Fitrova, Tags Exchange, and Clever DeFi. In each case, he's managed to convince people to give him lots of money. Many people lose their money, and Brian scurries off to his next project. The most recent being SafeFood. Now, Brian is a humble man, so he doesn't like the term serial scammer and much prefers low-key titles like legend, visionary, entrepreneur, influencer, and investor. And he says his accusers of the past are misunderstanding him. Those weren't rug pulls, they were just failed businesses.
So there's a difference between a
failed
rug
business.
pull, which is a scam,
True.
and a failed business. They're just two separate things.
Now, as you hear, Brian almost sounds credible when you first hear him. He sounds sheepish about the fact that, oh, I didn't know a lot about business. I didn't have the business acumen for this.
So that didn't work out, unfortunately. Yeah, it just failed miserably because I didn't have the the business acumen to be able to deal with the FUD that was in place.
He emphasizes, look, I'm transparent about my past. I don't have anything to hide.
I'm always transparent, and I'm happy to answer.
Do you have to buy that DVD game?
To what happened? Yeah, that's fine.
This is why it was strange when I asked him for an interview. He said he only would under the condition that we.
This is not legal advice.
I have played so much Mario Kart in the last couple months, but really for the last 25 years. Mario Kart has been the gold standard of kart racing for so long that it can be easy to take for granted. But Mario Kart isn't the static thing. There have been big shifts, but gradual ones too that you can only really see if you zoom all the way out.
There might be some unsavory websites where you can acquire the ROM, the ISO to play it through an emulator, but this is not the place where I will tell you.
Taken us from this to this. That's worth talking about. Let's take a lap through the tracks of Mario Kart and watch the series' track design philosophy.
I'm pro emulator, but I do own the games.
Today's episode is sponsored by Keeps. Hey, if you're just starting to notice your hair thinning out up top, you're not alone. 2 out of 3 guys will experience some hair loss.
My hair thinning out, boys?
But you don't have to live with it. You've got options, and Keeps can help you sort out what will work best for you. Keeps offers clinically proven, research-backed treatment.
That's
the real
Saz.
stuff. Not
Let's go, Final
supplements
Fantasy
or
13.
whatever. You'll work with Keeps' network of expert medical advisors and specialists that can help you get a treatment plan going and at about half the cost of a traditional pharmacy. Keeps delivers straight to your door and sends you refill reminders, so you don't have to.
The reason why I stopped wearing headphones was because it wasn't letting the top of my head breathe, so I was like, I don't want to go bald.
To get 50%
fast.
off your first order,
So I opt and switched to earbuds.
Link in the description. That's keeps.com/designdoc. Let's start at the top. Super Mario Kart started life as a generic kart racer. Miyamoto gave series creators
And that's why I don't like
Tadashi
wearing
Sugiyama
hats either.
and Hideki Kono the
It
task of
squishes
making
my hair in
F-Zero
my
for
head.
2 players. Hardware constraints kept them from designing courses with long straightaways and split screen, so they focused on making a game with compact go-kart style tracks. The original characters were just dudes in overalls, and not very memorable, so they tried putting Mario characters in instead, and it stuck. The game is made possible with Mode 7 technology, which put 2D character sprites on a spinning 3D plane to give the illusion of driving on a track. It works. See? Perspective. It looks like 3D. Kinda. It's not quite right, but it's better than a lot of other options. Better than RC Pro-Am. Yeah, I said it.
I might need to buy
any
controller to play this game. A
also
controller?
put limits on how the tracks could be designed. So, what are we working with?
No.
Super Mario Kart has 20 total
If you get the
courses
emulator,
divided
I
into
think
4
you can just use
cuts,
mouse
with the
and
later
keyboard
cuts
if you
holding
want.
more and more difficult tracks. Each track is built to take 5 laps, and each lap might only take 15 to 30 seconds to complete.
The only game I know that uses gyro
but even though the laps are short,
for Switch games or some of the shooters might have a function for that, and Breath of the Wild.
Super Mario World with level obstacles to match. Mario circuits are the most like a traditional go-kart
But
track
any
with some
controller
type
and your
obstacles thrown in
mouse
for
and
Mario
keyboard should
flavor.
work if you're using the
Donut Plains
emulator.
are natural grassland courses with wide turns, a few bridges, and Monty Moles that jump on you to slow you down. Ghost Valley takes place on a haunted, rickety boardwalk with right-angle turns, pits, and walls that break away when you hit them. Bowser's Castle is
Riptoad.
also very angular, with more traps, lava pits, and plenty of jumps.
Ugh.
Choco Islands are rugged, muddy tracks that really punish going off-road. Koopa Beach is quick and sandy, with deep water pits to avoid and the game's best music. The Vanilla Lakes are frustrating. They're ice tracks that alter your kart physics and obstruct your forward motion with breakaway ice blocks. And alone at the end is Rainbow Road, a no safety rails, narrow,
rainbow is the
challenging track
roads.
with devastating thwomps to weave around. Each track biome feels distinct, and most get 2 to 4 variants that remix the same elements. The variants gradually get harder with narrower tracks and more obstacles to dodge. Every track has one major limitation though. They're all
you
flat.
never play a Switch
Sure,
game?
Jumps break up the
Well,
design's flatness a little, but you're still
I
driving
would
around on a fancy
recommend
play school playmat.
Anybody
many
that
track
doesn't own a
landmarks to
Switch,
speak
I
of,
would
which
recommend
can make
getting
it
a
difficult
Switch.
to tell where you are on a track at any given time. The
But
Mode
I
7
mean,
effect
if you
also
can't,
feels a little disconnected from the
an
characters fighting
emulator
some
is
power
perfectly
slides.
fine.
It's easy to swing wildly off course while
You
drifting,
might have some
especially if you're used to
issues.
the controls of
Emulators
later
aren't
games.
perfect.
Lots of the series' other design staples start
Could
with
be
Super
the
Mario Kart,
game,
like items.
could be the
Even
emulator,
most
or could be
basic
your
track comes to
computer.
life thanks to the
Some games
interaction of
aren't
the track
just
layout
some
and
games
the
aren't
items.
perfect
Item boxes usually
enough
cluster together
to
soon
run
after
perfectly
the
fine
start
on
line,
emulators.
with the occasional solo box sprinkled around. This is the only game in the series that does item boxes like this. Track shortcuts have been built into the series from the start. There are obvious shortcuts like the cutout in Mario Circuit 4, but this game also loves to add weird extra paths. This stop dead end, the boost and jump in Ghost Valley 1, they're intentional shortcuts. But how they jut out from the normal track loop makes them a little more in your face than what you see in later games. But what if you could make your own shortcuts? The Feather gives you so many options to create your own path. Ostensibly, the Feather was about avoiding track obstacles and items, but check this out. Every wall on every track only exists on the track's surface. You can skip over a huge track section by leaping over walls, gaps, and other things with a feather.
What the hell?
Worst to first. Amazing.
Ooh,
It's a
worst
little too
to
good,
first.
maybe. A little too game-breaking. CPU characters could conjure up a feather out of nowhere whenever they wanted. If you make a perfect shell shot or set them up to hit a banana, the CPU could just fire off that feather and miss it entirely. Super Mario Kart also introduced the series'
they're reading your
off-and-on
inputs.
coin mechanic. Gathering more coins meant your kart could drive faster, and you'd lose coins colliding with other characters or pay off Lakitu for a toad. Get bumped with no coins, and it's like you hit a shell. Rows of coins are usually a little out of the way, but grabbing a bunch can help you more than make up for the lost time. Different coin routes helped add an extra decision-making level beyond just taking the fastest line around the track. The coin mechanics wouldn't show up in the sequel, but they'll be back. Super Mario Kart was a promising start, and was full of creative ideas to make flat textures into living tracks. It's still fun even today, but there's plenty of room for improvement. Super Mario Kart gave way to Mario Kart 64 in 1996.
Yeah,
the power
Mario
of the
Kart
Nintendo
64
unlocked the Y-axis, and
My
with
favorite.
it unlocked room for loads more creativity. Surprisingly, the characters are still 2D sprites that change their look as you turn. It looks a little wonky in some cases, but early 3D is a different time, man. The tracks, courses, use banked turns, hills and valleys, ramps, slopes, and overlapping parts to great effect. The course travels around a real landscape, with much longer laps than the first game, but now, a race only takes 3 to complete. We're down to just 16 courses, 4 per cup, but the track variety is much greater. Each has its own individual theming. Well, there's a little overlap on a couple, but they're mostly unique. Each biome in the original game is represented by a course here, and in addition, we get brand new themes. Jungles, western deserts, canyons, motocross stadiums, city highways, and like, a snow theme. Snow is not ice. It's different. The courses are much more thematic than in Super Mario Kart. Every playable character is tied into one of them, and their designs try to reflect that character. Mostly. I'm not sure what Toad's Turnpike has to do with Toad. Here we see the start of what will carry over in most future Mario Karts, track centerpieces. The courses are designed with, and
Oh man, I remember that train cocking everybody.
Giant Yoshi egg, or Peach's castle.
Or the
from Mario
egg. If you
64.
had a star,
The track
if you had a
sections are
star,
much more
you
unique
could
from each other,
fucking
with distinct
crush that
elements in
egg.
the
You could just
environment
fucking
that
bonk
keep
it.
the tracks from blurring together. Bowser's Castle is the clearest example, having many individual indoor rooms, courtyard, staircases and ramps, a lava bridge, and 2 different styles of thwomps, including this unique nightmare. Throughout the course, this level of distinction of place is what future games will strive for, and even though it's not present on every course in Mario 64, there is enough of it for it to feel like the start of a trend. The designers are starting to add in more gimmicks too. Toad's Turnpike would be an incredibly boring figure-8 loop, except there's traffic to dodge, or oncoming traffic to avoid in mirror mode.
Cancer!
Mario Desert has a train to beat. DK Jungle Parkway and Royal Raceway have huge jumps off zippers to add a little wow factor. Yoshi Valley is a multi-path course with so many twists and turns that the game can't even tell who's in the lead until the end. Mario Kart 64 is also
I didn't know
full
about
of
that
shortcuts,
shortcut.
minor and major, safer and riskier, intentional and not. adding in tons more risk versus reward elements that
Hey, yo,
weren't as
that's-
present in the first game.
That wasn't cool.
Moo Moo Farm's inside
That was
track is full of
crazy.
Monty Moles to dodge. Yoshi's Valley's shortest routes are also the riskiest, including a no guardrails narrow line at the start. Koopa Troopa
That
Beach
just gave
has
me
a ramp
anxiety.
to a cave that cuts out a third of the lap if you aim
I
at the
remember
right
that
speed
shortcut. That's a
or
nice
hop
one.
at the right time to nail it. Rainbow Road's Leap of Faith is one of the most famous shortcuts
Oh.
of the entire series. Easy enough to try on your own.
I've done that before.
but tricky enough.
I've
to
done that
feel very
before. I saw
satisfying
someone
to
do it
learn.
on YouTube. I was
Fail
like,
on
no
any one of
way,
these
Jose,
shortcuts
and I
and
did
you're
it.
Smashed, dropped, thwomped,
That shit was
or
crazy.
cast away into the void and lose tons of time.
Wow,
The
Rainbow Road
best
was
parts
such a
of the
good map
courses
in
are
64.
highlights, but the first trip into 3D left a lot of details to improve. The pacing isn't always the best. Choco Mountain,
Damn.
Wario Stadium, Calamari
Unfortunate.
Desert, and especially Rainbow Road are very long tracks with a lot of dead air, where there just isn't much to see or do. Several tracks are light on the theming and set piece integration and can be a bit monotonous. There are no coins, so coin pathing isn't an option to change the optimal track lines. Checkpointing is pretty rudimentary, so you can lose a ton of time if you fall off the track in the wrong place. Choco Mountain, Wario Stadium, I'm looking at you. Later games clean this up especially. Overall, Mario Kart 64 is a bold step into 3D and thematic course design for the series, but plenty of changes are coming. Before we can go forward though, the next game is a detour. Back to the
I
SNES.
remember that.
Sort of.
Those victory
The
stuff,
GBA
the
is
end
pretty much a
screen.
SNES.
Oh my
Mario Kart
God.
Super Circuit is a second crack at the first game, bringing back a lot of the design approaches and lessons learned from Mario Kart
I never really
64,
played this one.
as well as a few new improvements. We're back up to 20 tracks over 5 cups.
I went
and each
from
track is a bit
Mario
longer than
Kart
the original
64
game,
to Double
keeping
Dash
Mario Kart
to Mario Kart
64's
8.
3-lap format. Gone are the basic circle designs. The track layouts are much more involved, with lots more hairpin turns, tricky shortcuts, jumps, and interesting stage hazards like exploding cannonballs, boos, and Shy Guys. The moment-to-moment decision-making is more complicated, and the game feels more exciting for it. Item boxes are placed on a track more like Mario Kart 64, with fewer stragglers and one-offs than the original game. Coin paths are thankfully back, and immediately help again with making the optimal line decisions a little more interesting. The themes are back to basics, with circuits, beaches, haunted boardwalks, and ice tracks. But there are some new ones, like Cheeseland,
That's not that much
Too
cheese.
long.
Ribbon Road, and Skygarden. Some tracks with older
I think
themes
there
have
was,
a
if
little
I remember,
extra
there's like a
atmospheric
1
flair, too.
hour. Or,
Luigi's
actually,
Circuit
I don't
takes place
remember.
in the
I
rain.
don't remember the
Sunset
limit
Wilds has a
that
setting
they
sun
set.
that gets lower with each lap. The track variety
For
is
media-
much greater
media
in
share.
Super
I
Circuit,
can't remember.
Though there are still 4 Bowser's Castle tracks.
Or
At
maybe I
least
could
each
change
of those
it.
get a distinct background. Each version is a bit more difficult than the last, culminating in some absolute brutal difficulty.
Whoops. Lost that. Setting. That shiny? Is that a shiny turn twig? I don't know. It's lower than that? I don't know. Let me double check. Okay. I'm gonna change it, okay? Okay. So, okay, I can set the duration. I changed it to an hour. So your videos can be an hour long.
Sun that gets lower with each lap. The track variety is much greater in Super Circuit.
So it should
though
work
there
now
are still
after
4
this.
Bowser's Castle
Try it one more
tracks.
time.
At least each of those
I
get
think
a
I
distinct
fixed it.
background. Each version is a bit more difficult than the last, culminating in some absolute brutal difficulty towards the end. Lakeside Park has 2 points with jumps that can send you backwards on the track if you take a turn too wide, which can be easy to do as we're back to the loose kart handling physics of the original game. This version of Rainbow Road is one of the
Ah,
hardest
that's
tracks
a
in
good
the
video.
series, with jumps and turbo pads
go to
absolutely
that.
covering the surface.
Beautiful.
In Mario
yeah.
Kart 64, being
Beautiful.
the world champion is the highest accomplishment you can obtain. It's a community of thousands of players. With 16 courses you can get a non-shortcut world record in. There's records for both the fastest single lap and the fastest 3 laps, making for a total of 32 world records. For years, various champions would come along, sometimes holding a fairly large portion of the 32 records. Players like Kevin Booth and Alex Penev were on top in the late 90s, usually holding around half of the 32 records. In the early 2000s, MJ reached new heights for a champion, at times amassing over 20 of the 32 records at once. And that was incredible. Given how many top-level players there were actively playing the game, holding close to 2/3 of the records was astonishing. But in January 2011, an up-and-coming German player posted his first world record. His name was Matthias Rustemeyer. 2 years later, he would become the non-shortcut champion, holding 12 out of 32 possible records. But as the months passed, it quickly became clear that Matthias's reign as the champion was going to be different from any that came before him. By October 2013, Matthias had extended his lead to 20 out of 32 records. A week later, he was at 24. By November, he hit 26. And at that point, he spelled it out. He was gonna go for 32 out of 32 possible world records. That had never been done before. Nobody had even been close before. And it would be an embarrassment to the rest of the community if he actually pulled it off. So, the other players formed an alliance. It was made up of the last few players clinging on to non-shortcut records, and some other top-level contenders. Their goal was simple: stop Matthias from achieving 32 out of 32. Only problem was, the man they were trying to stop was perhaps the greatest Mario Kart 64 player of all time. And what happened over the following years, nobody could have predicted. This was their quest to stop Matthias. Now, there's a couple things that need to be cleared up. First, Mario Kart 64 is known for having large skips, or oversights from the developers that allow the player to skip massive portions of the track. Shortcuts like the weather tanko on Choco Mountain, the big jump at the start of Rainbow Road, or the wall jumps on Wario Stadium. However, the Mario Kart 64 community has separate leaderboards for shortcut time trials and non-shortcut time trials. The shortcut records have their place in history, but we're going to be focusing on the 32 non-shortcut records. It's also worth mentioning how times are converted between NTSC and PAL. PAL versions of games are released in most regions of the Eastern Hemisphere, while NTSC versions come out in North America and Japan. PAL Mario Kart 64 runs at 25 frames per second, while NTSC runs at 30 frames per second. That means that the PAL version runs in slow motion, running at 5/6 the speed of NTSC. An identical race would be 17% slower on PAL than NTSC. The Mario Kart 64 community created the combined leaderboard to account for this, which adjusted NTSC and PAL times so they could be compared to each other. Matthias and most other top-level players play on PAL, since playing in slow motion makes driving a bit easier. So, all times you'll see in this video will be listed as their PAL equivalent, which might be slower than times you're used to seeing if you live in North America or Japan. Anyway, let's go back to December 5th, 2013. That was the day the A1A Alliance was born, from a forum post by Zoran, one of the best Mario Kart 64 players around. A1A stood for the Anti-1.0 Alliance, with 1.0 referring to Matthias's average ranking if he got 32 out of 32 records. On December 5th, Matthias had just taken the Calamari Desert lap record from MJ, meaning he now had 28 out of 32 possible records. The only 4 he was missing were Moo Farm Lap, Moo Farm 3 Lap, DK Jungle Parkway 3 Lap, and Toad's Turnpike Lap. Being only 4 records away from 32 out of 32 was enough to mobilize the A1A into action. One member in particular saw a weakness in one of Matthias's times, so he got to work grinding to beat it. This runner's name was VAJ.
Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, yeah, yeah! 48! I was like, whoa! What up, Soki? Yeah, man! You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
One of the reasons VAJ is legendary is because of his epic celebrations. But the other reason he's legendary is because he's really, really good at Mario Kart 64. He's held dozens of world records dating back to 2006 and still plays to this day. On December 5th, 2013, he was tied with Matthias on Koopa Troopa Beach Lap, so he did attempts to break the tie and set Matthias back to 27 records. And on December 8th, he did. He beat the tie by 0.02, putting Matthias at 27 out of 32. However, later the same day, Matthias tied VAJ again to get back to 28. And then he got the Toad's Turnpike lap record. And then the Moo Farm 3 lap record. Matthias had 30 out of 32 possible records. The A1A was floundering. Other than the one record from VAJ, they hadn't done anything to stop Matthias. But they did have one big advantage. The last 2 he was missing were 2 of the hardest to achieve in the whole game. Let's break them down. We'll start with Moo Farm. This record was 27.82 by TJL, set in March 2013. First, the obvious. TJL played as Yoshi. The 3 fastest characters in the game are Yoshi, Toad, and Peach, with no major gameplay differences between the 3 of them. So, every record you'll see in this video will be played as one of those characters. TJL also performed mini turbos all over. By drifting with R and wiggling the thumbstick back and forth twice, you can charge up a boost that can be released for a burst of speed when the smoke turns orange. By performing these in specific places all around the track, you can move through it much quicker than normal. The mini turbos and character selection hold true for all 16 courses, but Moo Farm has something in particular that makes it unique. It has the only random element in any of the time trial courses: moles that randomly pop out of their holes. The optimal path around the course involves going over the holes, and if one pops up while your cart is over it, it'll hit you and force you to reset. The record holder here was TJL. He's what you might call a course specialist. He set a total of 19 Mario Kart 64 records over about 5 years. 14 of those 19 records were improvements to Moo Farm. He was able to master this course in ways that nobody else could, subconsciously understanding technicalities about ways to drift and angles to take. After years of on and off attempts, he got a 27.82, a time he described as a once-in-a-lifetime record. When Matthias did attempts to replicate this time, he found himself unable to emulate many of TJL's subtle strategies. He had trouble approaching the slope where he used the first mushroom and usually lost time there. The other record Matthias didn't have, DK Jungle Parkway 3 Lap, was held by William Lacey. Lacey was even more dominant at this track than TJL was at Moo Farm. He had held the record for over 10 years, lowering the record 14 times in a row, ultimately ending with a 213.08. DK Jungle Parkway is a bizarre course to go for records on. You have to drive through the jungle while twisting and turning your way through the grass. Near the start is a big ramp you have to precisely jump off of. The farther to the left you go, the faster. However, go too far left and you'll fall in the water. There's also a cave at the end, where the fastest way to get to the top involves mashing R to hop up a steep slope. Doing this fast is incredibly precise, but after years of playing, Lacey was an expert at it. Since the record holders for Moo Moo Farm Lap and DK Jungle Parkway 3 Lap were so dominant on their respective courses, Matthias struggled to catch up while also holding his other 30 records. So, the Alliance was eventually able to make a dent in his record total. Throughout late 2013 and early 2014, players like Jamie, Zoran, and MJ were able to chip away and take a few records from Matthias. They weren't quite on the same level as him, but they each had the potential to set a record if they grinded it out. But, unfortunately for the Alliance, whenever someone took one of Matthias's records, he would almost always beat it back in a matter of days. So, with his record total sitting at 29, it was unclear if the Alliance's plan was sustainable. They had players who could compete with Matthias, but nobody who could keep up with him. But then, in May 2014, a new player came along to join the Alliance. His name was Dan Burbank. That May, Dan got his first world record by beating Matthias's Frapp Snowland lap record. Of course, Matthias quickly beat him back a week later, but then Dan did something that everyone else in the community struggled to do. He beat Matthias back. There were no new strategies, no revolutionary new mechanics. Dan simply drove better than Matthias. This pattern continued over the following months, and it soon became clear. Dan actually had the skill to keep up with Matthias on certain courses. So, as 2014 went on, even though Matthias was actively trying to defend his records, Dan was able to help push Matthias's total into the mid-20s. With so many players in the community actively working against him now, getting a 32 out of 32 seemed nearly impossible. The course he really needed help on was DK Jungle Parkway. If he could just get those two records, he felt confident that he could pick up the rest to get close. And in July 2015, he would get some help from a new DK Jungle Parkway strategy by Lacey. The old lap strategy involved using 2 mushrooms shortly after the ramp to cut over a section of the grass. Lacey recognized that it was actually faster to use only 1 mushroom here, and saved the second mushroom to use over a later grass patch. Improvements in non-shortcut strategies are typically similar to this. Very small changes to precise paths to take while driving. This new mushroom spot meant there was now more time to save over the lap record. Matthias had a realistic shot at getting it. And by October 2015, he had done it. Matthias had beaten Lacey on both the 3-lap and lap records. 2 of the most problematic world records were out of the way. Now, all he had to do was keep grinding to pick up the rest. On November 20th, 2015, Matthias posted his 5th record from the past month, a 27.68 lap on Mario Raceway. That meant, for the first time in history, a player had reached 31 out of 32 possible records. The only record he was missing was Moo Moo Farm Lap, the 27.82 by TJL. It was the only record in the game he had never held before, and we've already gone over how much he struggled with it in the
I'm
past.
back.
But now that he didn't have any other records to worry about, Matthias could focus all his efforts there. The A1A was on its last legs. They had put up a good fight for the past several months, but eventually Matthias alone had been able to outmatch all of them. Matthias is a really nice guy, and nobody in the Alliance had anything personal against him, but hardly anyone wanted to see someone hold all 32 records at once. It would be an embarrassment to all the other record contenders. Matthias said in a forum post that he was gonna be unable to play until November 23rd, so the Alliance at least had until then to try to take a record from him. So, over the weekend, the Alliance got to work.
Gonna pause the timer.
Dan, Zoran, VAJ, and others were trying to take
like
at
10
least
minutes.
one of Matthias's records. But as the days passed, nobody was
I wasn't
beating
gone
him.
that long, have I?
Even with the Alliance members spending hours each day grinding courses, nobody could take any of
I was gone like
Matthias's
10-ish
31
minutes.
records.
I'll write down to cut down 10
That's
minutes
how
when
far
I
ahead his
read the
records
timer.
And sure enough, on the morning of November 23rd,
Because if I pause the timer, I have to reset
the day
it.
Matthias came back to try to match TJL's Moo Farm lap time, a new record was posted. This is Abney317. He's one of the best in the world at Mario Kart 64, but his area of focus isn't with non-shortcut records. Instead, he's held dozens of shortcut records and the coveted 150cc large skip speed run record for years, but he's had the skill to take some non-shortcut records too. And on November 22nd, 2015, he came to the community's rescue. A 212.61 on Bowser's Castle, a new record by 7/100ths of a second. Abney went after this record in particular because it was one of Matthias's oldest records, being more than 2 years old. Quality of play had gotten slightly better since then, so Abney perceived it as weaker than most of Matthias's other records. And apparently he was right. He was able to use different paths around the thwomps to go faster. But unfortunately for him, that also meant that the very next day, Matthias was able to beat Abney's record to get back to 31 out of 32. All he needed was to shave 900ths of a second off his Moo Farm lap to get to 32 out of 32. He was so close, and he kept pushing. But then, it was Abney to the rescue again, this time on Calamari Desert 3-lap. This record wasn't nearly as old as Bowser's Castle. It was set only a week prior, but it was unoptimized. Just a month ago, a new strategy called hill hopping was first used by a player known as Dotman. By hopping off the hills on the sand at specific points, you get more airtime and don't slow down nearly as much as normal. Abney used this to his advantage, and for the second time in just 2 days, he was able to stop Matthias dead in his tracks at 31 out of 32. But that wasn't enough to feel safe. Matthias could casually pick up new records seemingly whenever he wanted, and Abney didn't have as much experience with non-shortcut records. So, just to be safe, Abney figured he should probably go on the attack. Abney was actually standing up to Matthias. He wasn't just looking to defend his own records. He was actively looking to take records he didn't have. And it was working. During one crazy stretch in January 2016, he set 4 new records in 5 days. It put Matthias down to 27 out of 32, his lowest total in months. That Matthias was beatable. But as always, Matthias came back to racing later that month, 4 records down from where he was just weeks prior. But rather than be intimidated by what Abney had just done, he saw 4 records that were well within his abilities to beat. 2 of them were on long courses with room for optimization, Wario Stadium and Rainbow Road. Because of Matthias' ability to take just slightly better lines and optimize his driving, he knew that there was room for improvement over Abney's record. And he was right, picking them both up in a matter of weeks. The other 2, Calamari Desert and Bowser's Castle, each had new strategies that Matthias hadn't implemented yet. The hill hopping on Calamari Desert, and different thwomp paths on Bowser's Castle. Once he 2 more quick world records, putting his record total right back to 31 out of 32, his 3rd time achieving that total. It was miraculous how he could do this. If someone took Matias's records, he would just immediately grind to beat them back. People could prevail in the end. The one exception, of course, was Moo Farm. For the third time, he just needed that one record to get 32 out of 32. And for the third time, beating Matias by 0.06 of a second. Matias only had the chance to grind Moo Farm for about 12 hours, because that's how long it took Abney to get the record. That made it 3 times that Matias had made
Okay,
it
we'll
to
start messing
31
with it,
out of
sorry.
32, with just Moo Farm standing in the way, only to be stopped by Abney at the last minute. Just remarkable. Matias typically plays less Mario Kart in the summer, so in the middle of 2016 he took a step back from the game. Who could blame him after coming so close that many times? So, for several months, he didn't make any progress in his quest for 32 out of 32. The summer came and went. By October, he came back. And when he did, this is what he saw. Dan had just made a major statement. Matias was down to just 24
Damn.
out of 32 records, his lowest total in 3 years. This is what the community was capable of doing in just a few short months, if Matias wasn't there to aggressively defend his records. In the past, Dan had focused his world record efforts on Frapp Snowland and Mario Raceway. But since he had the time, in mid-2016 he got a lot better at other courses too, and picked up records on courses like Wario Stadium and Yoshi Valley. Again, it was nothing revolutionary, just learning the right lines to take, how to take each turn, and other small driving mechanics. But regardless, the end result was there. Matias was far away from perfection, and it seemed like maybe, just
Can
maybe,
you put the video a little bit
community
right?
could take it easy and not have to worry about
Oh, is it
32
cut
out of
off?
32. But then, in October, Matias did this.
I don't know why it's the thing is it likes
Yes! 212.67. Clutched it with a cave. What a cave. Yes! 23. Can you believe it?
Over the course of just 4 weeks in October 2016, all of the months of work throughout 2016 done
Anything
by
change?
Dan, Abney, and others were undone in a matter of weeks. World records on Wario, DK Jungle Parkway, Calamari Desert, Yoshi Valley, all by simply outdriving the other record. 4th time, Matias was at 31 out of 32 records. The one that was missing was Moo Farm Lap. Let's take a closer look at that record. It was 27.82 by TJL.
I think we
whereas
fixed it. Did we
Matias's
fix it?
time was 27.91. TJL's record was one of the oldest records still standing at this point, being set all the way back in March 2013, shortly after Matias first became the non-shortcut champion. Moo Farm is a very unique course.
Yeah, I think
With slopes you have
we
to go
are.
up and a
Yeah.
fence you have to drive as
Cool.
closely to as possible. There's 3 very particular spots you have to use your mushrooms: hugging the inside fence and driving over the
It looks
rail.
right about. It looks about right.
TJL
I'm like basing it off the black bar that just showed up, and the lettering isn't cut off in the bottom left.
He just couldn't quite figure out how to do this course optimally. Well, until now.
87. I felt the PR. I felt it.
It was a personal best by 0.04 of a second, meaning Matthias was now a 20th of a second away, 32 out of 32. His other 31 out of 32s only lasted for a day or two at most. But this one was different. 5 days later, by Halloween night, he was still alive at 31 out of 32. Abney wasn't there. Dan wasn't there. The Alliance had gone radio silent. The only thing there was Matthias grinding Moo Moo Farm, closer to the record than ever. And then, Lacey came to the rescue. On October 31st, 2016, Lacey got a 2:12.50 on DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap. This course, especially on the 3-lap side, really was Lacey's specialty. It was his 23rd world record there, and this one couldn't have come at a bigger time. The thing is, Matthias definitely was the better driver of the two of them. Lacey just knew this course inside and out, and he was still a really good driver. He knew exactly where to go on the ramp, exactly how to take the slopes to the
Davifoos
jungle,
Fate just resubscribed for 19 months. Where Elden Ring.
This one course took up a
What's
ton
that?
of his Mario Kart 64 playing time.
A weird way
whereas
to
it was
say
only a small
Dark Souls.
fraction for Matthias. As expected, the community was elated. 4 times now, Matthias had been at 31 out of 32, and 4 times he had been stopped at the last minute. And you might be noticing a pattern at this point. Matthias would get really close to 32 out of 32, then someone would stop him at the nick of time, Matthias would stop playing for a while, and then the community would grind together and take his total down lower. Well, that would happen again now in 2017, but this time, the community took it a step further.
Damn.
By November 2017, Matthias was at 21 out of 32 records, his lowest total in 4 years. There were 2 reasons his total got this low. The first was the usual period of inactivity from Matthias. He didn't completely stop playing, but he wasn't aggressively defending his non-shortcut records. And second, Dan took his gameplay to the next level. At one point in July 2017, he had 11 world records, the first time someone other than Matthias had had that many records in years. This was Matthias's lowest point since his quest for 32 out of 32 started. He knew he could get most of those records back, but what would it matter? We've seen it time and time again. Matthias would get his total up to 31 out of 32 with some effort, only to be stopped by one course in particular. Moo Moo Farm Lap was always in his way. The 27.82 by TJL was his nemesis, and it was just too good for him to beat. But then, he did it. On November 27th, 2017, Matthias tied TJL's legendary 27.82. The key to getting it was playing the course a ton. It came at the end of a several-week-long grind, where he had dozens of laps in the 2780s. During that time, he mastered everything there was to know about Moo Moo Farm, and ultimately it all came together on one magical run. His shrooms were clean, his mini-turbos were perfectly timed on the slopes, his driving was tight. In March 2013, TJL set a magical run with his 27.82. It took Matthias 4.5 years, but finally he had replicated it. And it changed everything. This was the one world record Matthias had been unable to hold. The one record preventing him from getting 32 out of 32.
Where is this music from? This song?
Now, he had it out of the way. He stood at 22
I
out
can't
of 32
remember.
records. He had gotten each of the remaining 10 records before, and he knew he could get them again. It was time, once and for all, to get 32 out of 32.
Maybe Tekken? I don't know why it reminds me of Tekken.
Oh yes, that should be enough. Yes. 425.
Rifto.
Let's go.
Sure enough, 3 months later, despite some resistance from Dan, Matthias was back to 31 out of 32. The last record he needed was DK Jungle Parkway 3 lap. Of course, he had struggled with at times, but still a record he had held on 4 separate occasions in the past. His best time was 212.58. The record was 212.35 by Lacey. He was behind, but this record was certainly within reach. Time to finish the job. And then, on March 13th, 2018, Matthias made history. He was beaten by Abney on Calamari Desert at the last minute, for the 3rd time. This was starting to get absurd. It was the 4th time Abney had prevented 32 out of 32, the 3rd time on Calamari Desert. And of course, Matthias congratulated Abney on the Mario Kart 64 forums, only to beat him the very next day. Right back to 31 out of 32.
All that L
without
dog
a chance
is
for the
what he
Alliance
said.
to gain any ground.
He
So
said the Uno
Matthias
reverse
was
card.
back to playing DK Jungle Parkway, 0.19 behind the record. And once again, he got results right away, getting a personal best that pushed him to just 0.15 behind Lacey's record. This strategy from the Alliance clearly wasn't working. Even if someone beat one of Matthias's 31 records, he could usually get it back within a day or so. That wasn't a good long-term solution. Dan recognized this problem, so he started doing a strategy that few others dared to. He grinded DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap alongside Matthias.
Big brain.
This method certainly had its positives and negatives. On the upside, if he beat Matthias to the punch, it could make it harder to finish the job and get 32 out of 32. But Dan had only held this record once before, and Matthias certainly had the upper edge. If he failed to beat him, that would be a lot of time wasted he could have spent on any of the other courses.
High risk.
This certainly was a gamble, but it paid off.
At what point
Because
do
on
you
March
just hack in a
16th,
shiny?
2018,
Oh
Dan
man.
set one of the clutchest records in Mario Kart 64.
Probably at the
history.
1 year mark.
This beat the record by almost 0.2 of a second. It put Matthias back to 0.34 behind.
If I ever hack my Switch,
but its true dividends would be paid the next day, when Matthias got
very
this
high
time.
chance.
It missed being the world record by 24 hours. Had he gotten it the prior day, it would have been 32 out of 32. But thanks to Dan's brand new record, he was just barely behind, by a matter of 0.08.
I haven't even got a shiny Starly.
Still, they were clearly playing with fire. Matthias was less than a 10th
I still
of a
remember
second
the
from 32 out
bet
of 32.
that if
And
we get a
it
shiny
proved he was
Starly, we
capable
double
of
your
taking
points,
time
whatever
off
you
his
have.
DK Jungle Parkway
And
time
if we get
very
a shiny
easily.
Turtwig, I think we
This wasn't Moo Moo Farm.
take it.
Any day, he could take this record.
I can't remember.
And he was
how much
constantly trying.
point you bet?
The community watched in anticipation, waiting to see when they would have to crown Matthias as the ultimate champion. But on March 23rd, they breathed a collective sigh of relief.
Yahoo!
That sub. Oh man.
how was Abney able to keep doing this? Well, the record still hadn't completely been optimized from the hill hops. But on Matthias's last Calamari Desert record, he had been able to
that
go
was
under
buttery
the first
smooth.
training
Wow.
gap on lap 3, whereas all previous records were too slow and had to make the second one. So, Abney's goal was to hill hop effectively enough and drive fast enough to match Matthias and make the first train gap. He was able to do it. And
Wouldn't
thanks
it
to
be
just
crazy if the
slightly better
starter was
driving
Shiny
overall,
Lock?
He shaved enough time off to beat Matthias and once again send him back to 30 out of 32. But with how close Matthias
If my
was,
copy of the
Abney
game was
thought it
somehow
might be
Shiny
best to
Lock,
keep
I
going.
might puke.
So,
Making me
he
queasy
set his sights on
just
a
thinking
new
about
target.
it.
Both the 3-lap and lap records on Rainbow Road.
But there's no way, right?
He targeted these in particular because A, they were each over 2 years old, meaning the community's overall quality of driving had improved since then, and B, they were on the longest course in the game, meaning there was likely room to optimize them. And within a matter of days, he nonchalantly picked both of them up.
Good enough.
Here we go.
Let's go. Straight into the
I remember that. Oh,
so
man.
that put Matthias back at 28 out of 32 records.
The sound
In
Toad
one
makes.
quick swoop from Abney, momentum was back in the Alliance's favor. Things were looking up for them. So, Matthias got back to work. And this is what he did over the next week.
Come on. Yes. That's it. 71 on the last lap. Yes.
Drifto.
Yes. Yes. Oh.
He was back. This was now the 7th time Matthias had 31
Man,
out
at
of
this
32
point, just give him the
records.
goddamn record, man.
He had more determination than ever now to finish the job. The record was 212.14 by Dan, and he was right behind him with a 212.24. He quickly found results with a small personal best. But on May 1st, disaster struck for Matthias. Zoran, the founder of the A1A, beat the DK Jungle Parkway lap record. That meant that now, Matthias was missing both records on this course. And what occurred throughout May 2018 can only be described as a mad scramble on DK Jungle Parkway. Dan was grinding the 3-lap record, Zoran was grinding the lap record, and Matthias was grinding both. But ultimately, even though Matthias was lowering his best times, having to deal with both Dan and Zoran was just too much for him. Despite coming insanely close, he couldn't get either.
You're gonna
record.
shiny hunt every.
And
Yeah.
eventually,
Yeah, I
he
am.
stopped
But I'm
trying.
gonna be using the. It's
And
gonna
his
be
record total began to fall into
the
the
underground shiny only. With
Months
the
passed,
Diglett
and
help,
as more of Matthias's
I'm gonna cut
records
down the
were
shiny
taken,
rate.
Reality began to set in. His window for perfection was probably gone. He had had 7 opportunities to get 32 out of 32. All of them were foiled at the last minute. Moo Moo Farm was his nemesis for a long time, with TJL's ridiculous lap being too hard to beat. After finally conquering that record, DK Jungle Parkway stood in his way. Lacey's expertise just barely kept him ahead. And once Zoran got involved on the single lap record, it was just too much for him. Matthias was probably the greatest person to ever play Mario Kart 64. But even for him, holding every record at once was just too big a task.
I can't believe it. Is this real? Guys, is this real or am I dreaming? 2:11:72 out of nowhere.
At least, that's what everyone thought. But on November 20th, 2018, Matthias pulled off a miracle on DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap. He took almost half a second off his personal best to crush the world record. Matthias himself didn't see this coming. Nobody did. But it meant he might be able to make one last push at this. Now, he just had to pick up the rest of the records he was missing. That took him all of about 2 days. One record left. DK Jungle Parkway lap. The record was 42.07 by Zoran. Prior to Zoran taking it in May 2018, Matthias had held the record for the past 2.5 years, so he certainly knew what he was doing. But to beat the time that Zoran had put up was going to be asking for a lot. There were two big tricks he had to focus on. First, the ramp jump. There's a very specific place you want to land, just to the left of this.
That was the most 180 degree.
Winding yourself up when you go off the ramp is super tough, but Zoran's record did so perfectly. And second, the cave jumps at the end. We saw before how important these were, but lap runs add a mushroom in here to take them even faster. There's a very specific way you need to hop up to the top. As far to the left as you can be, but too far left is too steep and you'll tumble. All of that was a tall order, but luckily Matthias was the best the world had. This one was within reach. His thousands of time trial attempts, his 7 other times at 31 out of 32, they all came down to this. It was time to finish off his dream. 32 out of 32 world records.
Bonk. Here we go! Yahoo!
Shocking.
The tennis fan, I just noticed. I forgot his name, the tennis player. But I know he's really good.
Oh no! So close. Oh, that's so tough to swallow. How close can you get?
1 frame. Orgasm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gonna do it. And before bonk. I called it! I called it!
What did I do?
I fucking called it, dude.
Oh my god, dude.
Yahoo!
A dream-crushing record from Abney. How close had Matthias come? Well, he tumbled in the cave because he was just barely too far left.
Damn.
As in, half the width of a cart too far left. Had he not tumbled, it almost certainly would have been either tied with or ahead of Zoran's record, meaning 32 out of 32.
Damn.
5 years of trying, and thousands of hours playing Mario Kart 64 came down to one tiny failed motion.
Damn.
He just held the control stick slightly too far left. That was the difference between 32 out of 32 and another failed attempt.
Damn.
Following this, Matthias's record total would never recover. Instead, it was Dan's and Abney's turn to celebrate, pushing certain time trials to levels they had never seen before.
Yes! Yes! There we go, boys. Yes!
Damn.
Yes!
Now I'm just sad.
Yes! Oh my God!
Jackson one cheered X200. I love you, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Jax. Appreciate the bits, man.
At least for now.
I don't know what I did, but thank you. Does he still hold any of these records? I guess we'll wait till the video ends.
Matthias may have never accomplished his goal, but what he did do is honestly just as impressive. 249 total non-shortcut records. 8 separate times at 31 out of 32.
It's like not getting
He just
a ring.
never got the last one to finish
in the
job.
NBA.
But the thing is, he might not be done yet.
Yeah.
Matthias still plays Mario Kart 64 actively to this day. His potential remains right there. He might still be in the middle of his quest for 32 out of 32. But wherever he goes in the future, we know he'll have tough competition along the way. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Thanks, Summoning Salt. I wonder if does Summoning Salt have like another channel called Spawning Salt? I feel like that'd be a funny parody account. Spawning Salt. Shining Pearl 10,000. Get a shiny before 1,000 rings. Spawning Pepper. Add. Summoning Alt. Actually, that's a pretty good one. Alt. You guys have any other videos? Save me from this terror. I need. I don't know what we're gonna get. We're gonna do it, okay? I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna go get some water, okay? It's shiny? No. Not shiny. I just lied. I brought this for good luck. Green tea choco pie. It's green. We could listen to Coconut Mall repeat. We could. We could. You could do that. DK speed run. That reminds me, I still gotta play DKC3. That's still another game out there. Dying here. Dying here. DK. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong 64, one of the most jankiest Donkey Kong games.
Country trilogy on the Super Nintendo, they knew they were gonna have some big shoes to fill in the future. It's regarded as one of the greatest trilogies of games ever made, and following it up on Nintendo's next console, Nintendo 64, was not going to be easy. The result was this.
Here we go.
Donkey Kong 64. Reviews came in, and one thing that most critics commented on was the
What happened? What happened? We were watching Donkey Kong. Why are we getting back there? Wait a second. Wait a second. Try again one more time. I know what's going on. I know what's happening. One more time. I fixed it. I fixed it. There was some hyperlink issue. Gold, it's not your fault, Gold. It was my chat box. Yeah, that was really weird though.
After Rare made the famous Donkey Kong Country trilogy on the Super Nintendo, they knew they were going to have some big shoes to fill in the future. It's regarded as one of the greatest trilogies of games ever made, and following it up on Nintendo's next console, the Nintendo 64, was not going to be easy. The result was this.
Here we go.
Donkey Kong 64. Reviews came in, and one thing that most critics commented on was the length of the game, with most saying that it took at least 30 hours to get through all of it. When speedrunners today look back at that 30-hour estimate,
I'll grab it. I'll add it. Yeah, it's because I had hyperlink.
Over the past decade, speedrunners have played Donkey Kong 64 with the goal of beating it as quickly as possible.
Any shinies?
Rare designed a game with many, seemingly
sadly no
ways of making sure you weren't abusing the mechanics, to make sure you were actually playing through everything the way they wanted you to. As it turns out, they didn't do too great of a job of that. Let's take a look at the world record progression of Donkey Kong 64. We're going to start by going back to 2006. Meet Tom Vodova. He's a speedrunning legend, known mainly for original NES titles. One of his most famous scores was on the NES port of the original arcade Donkey Kong, where he scored 3.1 million points over an incredible 6.5 hour gaming session. But on this particular day in 2006, November 15th to be exact, he decided to play through Donkey Kong's Nintendo 64 counterpart. He beat the game in 4 hours, 26 minutes. Let's see how he did it. So here's the deal with Donkey Kong 64. The 30-hour estimate that many reviewers gave was actually fairly reasonable at the time. If you want to beat the game, there's a number of things you have to do. It's broken down into 7 main levels: Jungle Japes, Angry Aztec, Frantic Factory, Gloomy Galleon, Fungi Forest, Crystal Caves, and Creepy Castle. You start out in an overworld, DK Isles, where you can access each of them. But before you can enter a level, other than the first level, Jungle Japes, you need to first unlock that level's lobby with a key. You get this key from the boss of the previous level. Then, once you enter the lobby, you're presented with a B locker. You can't enter the level until you get past him either.
Was that a Cinnamon Toast Crunch? What was that?
By collecting golden bananas, which you can get from either puzzles or minigames. You can collect a total of 25 of them in each level, 5 for each character you play with: Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, Lanky Kong, Tiny Kong, and Chunky Kong. Although you can only initially play as Donkey Kong at the start, you unlock the others as you play through the game. Each B locker requires an increasing number of golden bananas.
That looks like
you
a Cinnamon Toast
one
Crunch.
to start playing Jungle Japes, but by the time you get to the end of the game, you're going to need at least 100 of them. And once you're in the level, there's loads of collectibles that you need for various purposes, such as crowns and Nintendo coins, but by far the most common one is the colored banana. Colored bananas are scattered all over in the levels in the overworld, sometimes in bunches of 5 or in balloons of 10. You need to collect hundreds of these to enter the boss of each level, which, as explained before, is necessary to unlock the next level with the key you collect from it. So yeah, Vodava had a lot of work to do in those 4.5 hours. This was essentially most of Vodava's
Oh, you
run.
still get the animals in this one too?
Collecting banana after banana to progress farther into the game. Once he got to 100 of the golden bananas, he entered the game's final stage, Hideout Helm, where he had to unlock 3 doors to progress onto the final boss of the game by once again collecting various unlockables and executing a fairly long sequence of activities. And all that was left was the boss fight with King K. Rool, and Tom Vodava had beaten the game in 4 hours and 26 minutes, at least according to the in-game timer at the end of the game. And Donkey Kong 64 had its first video recorded
Oh shit, there was also a cart?
Unfortunately, all of those components took a very long time. Having to play mini-games to collect the golden bananas was time-consuming. Collecting the hundreds of colored bananas you needed took forever,
it would sound pretty
and each
insane.
boss fight you did to get the key took a few minutes as well. Getting all of those steps, plus the other unlockables
There's a cart?
took an incredible
There's
long
a
time.
cart mini game in the game? Bro, Donkey Kong 64 is crazy!
4.5 hours was miles ahead of a 30-hour estimate. So
What?
people looked at his run with awe. Vodava himself claimed that the run was as close to perfection as he was willing to go, so neither he, nor anybody else, was up to the challenge.
I guess we're running 64 soon,
Now,
sooner or
there
later,
had technically been a few
After
runs
Donkey Kong
before
Country
Vodava's
3?
run. A guy named Joe Wiewel did a segmented run that clocked in at just over 5 hours, and Tom Vodava himself had spent a few months gradually taking his time down. But once he got the 4-hour 26-minute run, it stood, and stood, and stood.
I love Donkey Kong. What a face. Expand Dong. Hungry Hungry Hippo?
At least until 2009. When you think of important events from 2009, what pops into your head? Obama was sworn in. Windows 7 was released.
You got good taste in
the
videos,
Yankees won the
Dad.
World Series. Well, how about the Donkey Kong
Why is that
64
censored?
revolution? In June 2009, the stars aligned. On a long-forgotten thread hidden in a dark corner of a largely dead internet forum, runners came together and used all of the knowledge they had gained over the past 3 years to completely change the way people ran Donkey Kong 64 in just a few short days.
The forum age were wild, man. I kind of miss the forum emojis.
The first revolution revolved around 3 major tricks that began.
They're all the same because they all kind of all the forums run.
Much of
they're all based off the same
so long was having to
whatever
collect
coding
keys to
or
get to the lobbies,
architecture, whatever.
Golden bananas to get past the B lockers.
I don't know what you call it, but they're all the same. So that's why all the emotes were relatively very
way
similar
around
in design.
all 3 of these things. Trick 1: skipping the keys. Since players needed to use a key to get into the lobby of each
What
stage,
is that, an
it was
armadillo?
necessary to fight the boss of the previous
that, an
stage to get
anteater?
it. But they found a way around that. You could clip into the lobbies of certain stages, bypassing the requirement to collect the key. This means you could skip several of the boss fights and save multiple minutes not having to collect the keys. Well, great, you were in the lobby now, but you still had to pass the B locker before you could enter the stage by giving them a bunch of golden bananas. Jungle Japes required just 1 golden banana, while Angry Aztec required 5, Frantic Factory required 15, Gloomy Galleon required 30, Fungi Forest required 50, Crystal Caves required 65, Creepy Castle required 80, and Hideout Home required 100. So there wasn't much of a point of clipping into the lobby if you still needed golden bananas to get past the B lockers. This is where Trick 2 comes in, B locker skipping. By playing as Lanky Kong and stretching his arms out, you can just barely touch the portal behind the B locker when you enter the level. Just a slight oversight on the game devs. Unfortunately though, this trick worked on every stage except for Frantic Factory, where you need 15 golden bananas, and Hideout Home, where you needed 100. Meaning that even if you skipped all previous doors using this
so funny.
Trick, you were still going to need 100 by the time you got to Hideout Home. So you still needed to spend the time picking all of them up in the other stages. Therefore, this trick wasn't all that useful. But on June 9th, 2009, Mano Cheese uploaded a YouTube video, Hideout Home Early. He was standing right in front of the entrance to Hideout Home, where there was a B locker that required 100 golden bananas to pass through. He only had 17 golden bananas, so it looked like he couldn't gain access to the stage. He then did a trick known as ledge clipping, where he clipped into a tiny gap in the ground using a precise C up press on the controller, while avoiding death to the lava by using invincibility frames gotten by hitting himself with his own orange. And after very carefully maneuvering forward, while attempting to deal with the uncooperative
kind of
camera
reminds me of
controls, he
Mario
jumped out
Sunshine
and
in
was in Hideout
Delfino.
Home. With less than a
Delfino Plaza,
fifth of
how
the
you
amount
can
of
use
golden
Yoshi to go
bananas that he would've needed
underground,
to collect to get there.
underneath the map.
So now all the players
to get to
needed
the
was to
island,
collect the 15 golden bananas
so you don't have to
needed
ride
for
the
Frantic
boat.
Factory, and they were home free in terms of golden bananas. But then, once you were actually in the stage, you still needed to unlock the few bosses that you still needed to fight with colored bananas, which took a long time to collect. Welcome to Trick 3, skipping the colored bananas. Using the ledge clip once again, the player can clip into the ground and skip any boss door in the game. No more running around to collect hundreds of colored bananas anymore. Yet perhaps the craziest part of all of these tricks is the rapid rate at which they were discovered. Every trick that I just described was discovered from June 9th through June 12th, 2009. Skipping keys, golden bananas, and colored bananas.
Fantastic
so
bananas.
All of a sudden, a game that Tom Vodova seemed to have completely optimized was suddenly blown wide open. On June 9th, the world record was Vodova's 4.5-hour run. On June 10th, runner PMIT posted on Speed Demo's archive that he beat the game in 3 hours flat.
3 hours?
June 12th, Mano Cheese decided to chop an hour off of that, finishing in 2 hours and 8 minutes. And June 13th, Mano Cheese dropped it down to 1 hour and 39 minutes. Over the course of 4 days, the record went down 3 hours. It was just a third of the length that it was half a week before. Sadly, no videos exist of any of these runs, because the mentality of speedrunning was a little different back then than it was today. People didn't just stream a run to Twitch and highlight it like they do today.
PB! Maybe.
Bro. Didn't happen if it wasn't recorded.
We're really happy with it, and these guys weren't at that point yet. But those few days in June 2009 have gone down in speedrunning history as one of the craziest route progressions ever. Donkey Kong 64 was changing, and they were only at the start of it. The first revolution was over, but there was still so much more to come. In the following months, Mano Cheese continued his streak of dominance over the game. Every few months, he would make a post announcing that he lowered the record down a few more minutes. Another guy, Lefty's Heroes, apparently held the record for a few days, and then quickly got beaten by Mano Cheese once again. There was also a Japanese runner, Cass, who did a run timed with real time that clocked in at 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 52 seconds, but most today don't recognize it as a legitimate world record. He played on the Japanese version, which was slower overall, and he used cheats that allowed for infinite ammunition, oranges, among other things. But as for Mano
a
Cheese,
cheater!
We don't know too many details about his runs, and it's possible that he got other records in between the ones that he posted about. but we do know that he gradually lowered it down from an hour and 20 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes before finally breaching the sub-hour barrier on June 8th, 2010. Finally though, in August of 2010, runners got to see video footage of Mano Cheese playing for the first time ever. Remember how I said before that runners weren't going to show a run unless they submitted it somewhere? Well, he submitted a 54-minute speedrun to Speed Demo's archive, and once it was verified, it was public for the world to see. There were golden banana skips, colored banana skips, and key skips throughout, combined with perfect gameplay elsewhere. In his submission notes, he said that he was done with the game. And who could blame him? He'd brought the record down from 3 hours to under an hour through sheer optimization and domination. He also said that he thought nobody would ever be able to get a 53-minute run unless new tricks were discovered. But 2 years later, one guy was finally up to the task: Ring Rush. However, he decided to do things a little bit differently from Mano Cheese. The first thing was he decided to switch to timing the run in real time with a timer from start to finish, instead of using the in-game timer at the end of the run. This allowed him to reset the game at various points in order to speed things up, and he could keep his real-time runner running while he reset. So where did he reset the game? The first place was in Hideout Helm, because he wanted to skip turning off the Blast-O-Matic, which normally requires a long and complicated checklist of things that you have to do. Typically, pausing and exiting in stages allows you to go back to the lobby, but in Hideout Helm, it counts as a game over, which isn't allowed for a single segment speedrun. So, Ring Rush used a more brute force method, just resetting his game. But the real revelation that Ring Rush used was a trick known as Aztec Early. Remember how I said there were some lobbies you could access early by clipping into them?
we are a little risky sometimes, and we pick the other starters
Aztec lobby as well.
like this and hope we don't get a shiny.
It was ridiculously hard. You had to do extremely precise movements and timed actions in midair with
Just
an
imagine
uncooperative
dragging it
camera.
to shiny,
And
right?
if you messed up, it would take you half a minute to get back to the position where you could try it again. It was a game-defining trick.
I don't
But if
remember
it
how
got
shiny
it to work,
Pimple looks like.
You'd save
Probably a
3
little
minutes.
darker blue. I don't know if he's
Armed with
darker
these
blue or
tricks,
lighter
Ring
blue.
Rush set out to beat the record. Over the course of a few
can't
months
remember.
in mid-2012, he streamed his
I think
attempts
he's
to
a little
beat
bit
Mano
darker.
Cheese's record of 54 in-game minutes, or 52 minutes and 17 seconds of real time, the way Ring Rush would be timing it. But the problem that he and so many other runners from back then had was that he didn't save any of his runs. He probably figured that Twitch's past broadcast system, which automatically archived all streams, would save it. But Twitch ended up deleting most of these a few years back. We know his runs are out there. They existed at some point and people watched them live on Twitch. From May through July of 2012, he beat the world record 9 times, bringing it all the way down to 47 minutes and 18 seconds. Sadly though, the only one that we can watch today is part of the 47:18, because they talked about it on an old speedrunning podcast, the Sunday Sequence Break.
Right.
And here I cancel the cutscene skip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a long cutscene where Diddy says like, "Hey, free me," and then I just.
Ring Rush would later go on to discover an incredibly important trick that broke the game even more than it already was: lag clipping. The game tries to account for laggy
Doesn't it
areas by
have
speeding you up to
have, like,
preserve
stars
constant
and all that?
motion.
Yeah, there should
This
be a
means
star
you can
mark.
artificially create lag by shooting a bunch of
But
oranges
you
on
could
screen
tell
you
if
want
it's
to go
shiny by
faster
the
than
color
normal.
before. Like
Sometimes
you
fast
can
enough
tell
that
the
you're able
color
to clip
before
right
the
through
sparks.
walls. Hey look, there's the entrance to Angry Aztec. You're supposed to do the really hard Angry Aztec early trick. I wonder if you could do it against that wall to clip in. Yes, you could.
Yeah.
So now that Aztec Early was way easier, there were a couple of runners that wanted to battle it out for the record. Ring Rush, who had been crushing the record over and over for months, and CFox7, a Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time runner. But somebody else ended up getting the world record first. You guys might know him today from his legendary Super Mario Bros. Speedruns.
This.
Is that tied record?
His name is Cosmic D12, but years before
Sounds
he did any of
familiar.
his Super Mario Bros. Stuff, he was actually a top-level Donkey Kong 64 speedrunner as well. And he was the first guy to get the new Donkey Kong 64 record on November 18th, 2012.
Damn.
Wow. 47.
Seafox beat it by 3 seconds about a week later, but just like so many others, he didn't bother highlighting it. But our boy Cosmic D12 sure did with his next record 1 week later.
I don't know. I'm trying to, like, I don't think I can beat this.
I like his choice of
By
music.
the end of 2013, Ringrush had taken the record down to 42 minutes and 18 seconds. But by early 2014, yet another trick was discovered that would greatly change the category once again: main menu mode. Donkey Kong 64 has this cutscene at the start of the game that you can just skip over if you want, so that's what people were doing for many years. Until it was figured out that you could press A right when it's fading in, and then have the cutscene play in the background while you're playing the game, and it creates some strange side effects. The most important one being that you can enter a place where the game temporarily gives you every move in the game, then trigger the cutscene to pull you out, and boom, you can play through the game with every move. You used to have to get these moves by unlocking each character, which you did by going into the first few levels and doing various tasks. So now you could skip doing that, since you had all of the moves to begin with. The issue was, by far the easiest known way of clipping into Hideout Home early was by using Tiny Kong, who you had to unlock. It turns out that it was technically possible to do it with Donkey Kong 2, but it was just way harder. Ringrush ended up lowering the record 8 minutes very quickly with these new strategies.
Okay.
So all of that being said, what was there left in the game to do? There was no need to collect golden bananas or colored bananas, no need to collect most of the keys, no need to unlock any other characters, no need to collect most other collectibles, and no need to even enter most stages in the game. The route now consisted of simply collecting Key 8 and Key 3, turning them in, and then fighting the final boss. But don't be fooled, that didn't mean the run was any easier than before. It was actually just the opposite. Doing all of these tricks in a single speedrun, like clipping into the lobbies and skipping so many collectibles, is ridiculously difficult to do. Anyway, in 2014, a Japanese runner, Signa, and Ringrush took turns lowering the record further down. They brought it down to the 30-minute mark, but on August 7th, 2014, a different runner was trying to beat the record, Znernicus. And he had a run that was on pace going into the final boss fight.
Icon?
Yeah! And that is DK64 in under 30 minutes.
This was the first time that the game had ever been beaten in under half an hour. 29 minutes. Znernicus had an amazing run, but how long would it stand as the world record? A few hours. Ringrush got it back later that same day. That would ultimately be the last time that Ringrush ever held the DK64 world record. Later on in 2015, 3 players took their turn lowering the record down a bit more. Isotarge, Signa, and Tiffany Fruit. And then, any percent went dormant for a few months. Nobody ran it, and the world record was 26:56 by Tiffany Fruit. Why was that? Well, here's the thing. In April 2015, DK64 was released on the Wii U Virtual Console, and this version of the game had nearly no lag in it. That seemed like great news, because that meant the game wouldn't slow down if there were too many objects on the screen like it did sometimes on the N64 version, so maybe it would be faster for speedruns. And it would save around 2 minutes overall, but remember the lag clipping that I mentioned earlier? Yeah, that wasn't going to work on the Wii U Virtual Console version. Throwing the oranges simply wasn't going to create enough lag to build up the speed that you would need. And the place where that mattered the most was for Frantic Factory early. That lag created by the oranges that you see now couldn't be created on Wii U Virtual Console. There was an alternate method that you could do on Wii U Virtual Console, but that method alone made the entire run so hard that nobody even bothered trying. So, Tiffany Fruit's 26:56 on the Nintendo 64 was as good as anybody was willing to get. At least until October 2016. On October 29th, Kiwi Killer 67 was able to pull off Frantic Factory early on Wii U Virtual Console in a run, and closed out a run 40 seconds ahead of the world record.
Bonk.
Fuck yeah. G fucking G.
And here's the best part about this run. Nobody even wanted to try to beat it. Getting a run that fast on the Nintendo 64 was essentially impossible, and Frantic Factory early was so hard that nobody else wanted to mess with it. So 9 months later, Kiwi Killer 67's run remained the world record. But as they always were, new strategies were found. In mid-2017, players discovered that if you went to the Frantic Factory entrance, did a moonkick to a rafter on the ceiling, and then did a ledge clip out of bounds, you could enter Frantic Factory, bypassing the need to do the ridiculously hard version of Frantic Factory early on the Wii U Virtual Console. With this new discovery, there were new world records, and a lot of them.
GG.
We fucking did it, boys. Let's go. First main category world record on stream.
Former.
Aww. 2459 by Falcon X Falcon is where the world record stands today.
Wait, hold on.
Well, more than a decade later and several hours taken off of the world record, I think it's safe to say that Donkey Kong 64 has had one of the most drastic progressions of its any percent record ever. Tom Vodavi's 2006 run was little more than playing through the game as intended, while still going as fast as you possibly could. It was a very skillful run, but look at what we have today. Clipping into walls, skipping collectibles, and abusing nearly
any percent
every mechanic
Wii U
the game
Virtual
gives us.
Console, it's Signa
Who would have
Kong,
thought that all this
and
was possible 10 years ago?
N64 is Boluda.
I'm sure Tom Vodava didn't. And who knows what craziness we're going to be doing 10 years from now. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Welcome back to the Mighty Dungeon! Today is the story of a poop-butt one-shot D&D game that did not go to plan. I had a whole story prepped out, and then the players informed me of their characters. One hill dwarf with no facial hair dressed exactly like Seto Kaiba, named Seto Cobblestone. One teenage human dressed exactly like Yugi, named Yameo. Oh, and the third player was a king of a castle. A literal king. His name?
Kingston Wallaby III.
So I said, fine, we'll do this your way. But he was the worst king and a horrible person. So his royal family tasked him to go undercover as an adventurer to relearn what living in this day and age was all about. He had to go south to a small town in his kingdom. What is the name of that town, my lord?
The town.
You don't know, do you?
I know it.
You're so out of touch. She just starts crying a little bit.
Oh, just calm down, darling. It's fine. We will. I will make sure everything is fine. It's fine.
And what is my name?
What is my name?
She just storms out of the room crying. You should know the town to the south is called Wallet Town.
I don't care.
But he couldn't just go as he was, because he was an older looking and recognizable king, so a servant used makeup to disguise him. And oh, also a natural 20. So naturally, he looked like he was 20. Which one of your servants did this? I must give them a raise.
I don't know their names. I just know that they did a great job.
Get out! Right now!
This is my first time walking.
You get up out of a wheelchair? Do you have small legs? Yeah, you have tiny little legs. He made his long trek to Wallet Town to the south and walked into the tavern, where he was supposed to meet his new band of
That guy looks like Pallet Town. I don't know, man.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
We can get the job done ourselves. Or rather, I can.
Well, I bet I could do it better than you.
You're a fool.
Don't talk down to me, Seto. I'm taller than you.
Only because of those boots.
But then the door opened and revealed a rather peculiar old man with a cane. You see an older man with a bald head and a long white beard. He's like that kind of old man where he just has random long hairs growing out of his head in random places. You're the ones that are going to go retrieve an item that I need, I believe. Seto Cobblestone.
And don't you forget it, old man.
Seto's always been my greatest rival. I can't wait to beat him.
Rival?
Did I say that out loud? That was supposed to be my inner monologue.
I suppose I read your mind.
What am I gonna do?
You're still talking out loud.
I could never forget a name like that. Cobblestone. I know your uncle.
Oh, you do you? And what would his name be?
His name? It doesn't matter, because he sucks and I don't like him. He stole my colored pencils, and I'll never forgive him. You see one tear squeeze out
You
of his
mean
face.
these colored pencils?
He just...
You've been fooled all along, old man.
I need those to color.
Give them back, Seto. They belong to him.
No, they belong to me now.
Never mind. No, don't mind. I don't mind. I can... I'm sorry. I had a mild stroke, and now I need you to go on a quest for me. Come with me. There's something I need to give you before you set out. Follow me. And he turns around and starts waddling out. He had a strange offer for the group regarding giving them special pets. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Maple, Dr. Maple. You guys enter in, and you're immediately hit with like a weird, like a wet animal stench.
Does anybody realize that we followed an old man inside of a cabin? Just small children.
You're bigger than I am. You can easily overpower me.
I'm only 19 years old.
I need Yamiyo and Seto to make insight checks.
17.
18.
You guys both notice.
Beat you again.
You get the feeling that the way that Charles talks sounds like an adult trapped in a young kid's body.
The camera like zooms into my eyes as I peek over to the right or left and go, somebody isn't telling the truth.
I promise that this mission is legitimate. But they didn't know if they could trust him. So Seto cast, this adventure is just and true.
I cast Zone of Truth. This spell allows me to have a magical zone that guards against deception in a 15-foot radius sphere, centered at a point of my choosing, which is you. And I point over to our other party.
To Charles. It zooms into you.
I walk away from you guys over to a corner and just look in the camera and I go, they have no idea. Everything is going perfectly. I'm the best undercover king this kingdom's ever seen. And I just walk back to you guys.
Who are you talking to?
Where did he go?
He went right over there.
Yeah, I didn't leave. What are you talking
You're a
about?
strange young man. You know that.
I know. I get that all the time. My parents, they gave me a lot of milk as a child.
I'm glad you guys came because it's very cheap labor for a very dangerous mission I need to send you on. And I don't want to do it myself, which is why I put out a flyer. But before you go, I wanted to gift you one of these lovely small animals that I've placed curses on to in order to get bizarre magical effects for my pure amusement, but I figured that would be helpful if each one of you chose one. So here you go. And he goes over to his shelf, grabs 3 cages with mats over them, and just chucks them onto the ground in front of you, and you hear skittering and scattering and noises inside each of them.
Creature number 2.
Oh, wonderful! This is my prized, oversized guinea pig. he may or may not be able to create or open up a portable hole. Squeezes out of the cage and just like fat waddles over to you and sniffs you a little bit and then just sits next to you.
He likes me. Take that, Seto. First try.
First try.
I put my hand on Yamio and kind of push him aside. Move away, fool. It's my turn.
He takes the mat off the crate and you see a badger. I took a genie out of a bottle and put it in that badger. Good luck.
I choose the last one.
There's only one.
Right, I choose that one.
You hear a little bit of a and it gets unwrapped and you see there is a cub in there, a baby bear, brown bear. I'll let you figure it out on your own. I need you to retrieve something that's in a cave just to the south of this town, off the beaten path. Walk about 30 minutes or so. Off the beaten path to the right, there'll be a cave. Now in this cave, there is a chest. And there's something in that chest that I need. Next to his big desk, there appears to be one other cage with its mat off and empty. Hey, you made it to the end of part 1. If you want to see part 2, hit the like button, subscribe, do all the stuff down there, comment for the algorithm, helps the channel out immensely. Thank you to all these lovely people right here. See you
Hey, that
soon
was
for
pretty
another one, and
good.
keep rolling some dice.
Hey, that was pretty good. Pretty good. This is it, boys. This is the shiny right here. All right, this is it. Here, right here. This is it. This is it. Please be the shiny. Damn. Damn. I think that's enough of Pokemon for today. How about you guys? I think that's pretty good. We did like 3 hours. Yeah, we did like 3 hours, dude. That was pretty good. I'm just sad. I'm just sad now. Damn. I'm just sad. I feel like I made progress. But at the same time, I don't feel like I made progress. I don't really know. Kind of weird. It is weird. All right, boys. I think it was a good stream back. I think. I think. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. I'm gonna try to stream as much as I can during the little short break I have. Okay. We're gonna be doing. We're not gonna be doing that again tomorrow. We're gonna do something else. I don't know what, but anything else but than that. Okay. I can only do that so many times a day, or a week. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, okay? I'll be back tomorrow. I'll try to be on around noon to 1. About the same time as today, but maybe a little bit earlier. Yeah, something like that. I wanna go eat. I'm hungry. Hungry, man. Hungry, tired. This game is the end of me, man. End of me. Alright, boys. I'll see everyone tomorrow, alright? Goodbye. Have a big talk. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see all you guys tomorrow, alright? I promise I'll be on tomorrow. I won't disappear for another month, okay? Yeah, I'll try not to do that again. Sort of pinky promise. I'll see you guys tomorrow, alright? Goodbye.